first debate, right? Yeah. But is it Amanda? I am first four or Amanda and Darren four?
Amanda
Amanda and
Dan.
Dan for.
Yes.
So I am is not.
Yeah.
Oh, I am
Ian's
not-
in the next debate.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
she moved out of those debates.
So Mandy and Andreas against.
Yes.
Yes.
Typing. So I have made a comment this morning.
I'll comment.
Yeah, there is some generic stuff at the end
Oh, from last debate?
from the one we're using. So you know the like after closing, after voting, thank you for joining us.
Oh,
I don't know if you
is that after Sylvia talks? I think she's doing closing remarks.
she's doing closing remarks of the overall debate, I think, but not the individual ones.
Oh, okay.
That's what I understood.
Oh, you mean for our debate?
Yeah, there are closing remarks from Sylvia from last year.
Oh,
In the notes. That's so I don't know if you want to
Yeah, either of us will
close
do
that
that.
out or
You want to do it?
whatever.
Go for it.
Okay.
You're missing one on top of the notes.
Federico? Federico, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
These bios are too long. Also, the pontification, we should not do that. I think we should leave the thing to the debaters, I feel.
Okay. I followed. I agree. I followed last year's template. So I felt the level of pontification was maybe slightly higher. So, okay.
And even the bios, just a couple of sentences. Their affiliation and their interest, and that's it.
Let me work that.
Fine.
It's my friend.
No, it's. Oh, okay. Eastern time here, right?
Yes.
So I think on Zoom you have an option to hide non-video people.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna hear. Let me go to Zoom.
So Karthik, I see you're editing the document. Do you want to just get rid of all the pontification? Okay.
Yes.
So Sounds good. So how does this, how do we do this? You open, you say this part, and we show the let it be resolved.
You think we should keep this?
Come again?
This piece, should we keep it? Maybe.
Do you want to get rid of it? I mean, I think telling people,
Yeah.
I think that part is fine. I think going into more context, I agree, we can leave that to the debaters.
Okay. So I do this part, and then you do the slide, and then you go into describing, opening the poll, introducing the four speakers.
Well, let's see if Iris can open the poll. Well, okay, I can open the poll. I have two screens now. So,
You say it, and then hopefully Iris can open the poll.
I guess the thing is, we'll be trying out.
yeah. Okay, and then so I introduce the pros,
Yeah,
and you introduce the against, and then you say, are you also introducing CJ?
I can do it. Just slow.
Okay, yeah, let's shorten this.
I'm going
It's
to
cool that.
No, just that and the research. Yeah, leave that sentence, that's all.
Sounds good. And so with Suto, we're discussing, Karthik, during the debate, when do you want to have slides on and when do you want to have slides off?
Yeah.
My
so
understanding, go
yeah.
ahead.
So when so if you look at the script, right? So let me go to that.
Yeah, it's up. I'm sharing it.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. Give me a second. Yeah, so before, like in the breaks between debates, you'll just be screen sharing the title card for the next debate. So that's there. During like introductions and things, we don't like introductions and stuff, we don't need screen sharing, so we can turn it off then. But like when the person who's introducing, so Karthik or in our debate, like Vinod, so when they're doing it, you just pull up the title card for the debate, and yeah, something like, yeah, exactly, perfect. So, and then once the yeah, so after that there'll be a part where we say, right, the pre-debate polls are open. At that point, there's one slide for that, which is right after the title card for the debate. Yeah, and then after that, once the moderator takes over, we can get rid of screen share.
Sounds good. So during there was one thing that confused me. During part 3, moderated discussion plus audience Q&A,
yes,
we cannot screen share, or I can screen share this, which is where the questions come.
I think it's diverting.
it's we could, yeah, the thing with the moderated discussion is like there'll be a lot of like back and forth, so maybe let's just focus on the video then.
So yeah, I agree with that. So to be extra clear, the moderator will have a view on the page I was sharing, because the moderator needs to see the questions, but it will not be shared. So to recap, when we introduce the debate, we put up the card. When we introduce the speakers, we stop sharing. When we have the initial audience poll, we show this, perhaps with a QR code, which I'm trying to add real quick. Then section 2, 3, and 4, we are not sharing. Section 5, final audience poll, I am sharing this. Post-debate polls are now open. And frantically editing the next slide. Once we close, there will be a moment in which I have to stop sharing, after which I show something like this.
Exactly.
And then debrief audience Q&A. Do you want me? I guess there you're not sharing. And once we're done with the debate at all, I pull up the next card. Is that a good game plan?
Yeah.
That is great. The one question I have is, should we also show that Slido link when the debates are going on? Because the questions go there, right? Just like you have a pre-debate poll, post-debate poll, should we have a slide that says questions and the Slido link?
Problem with that is that it takes.
It takes up a lot of the real
It's just
estate.
like a board or something.
I don't know. Do we?
Or like a placard.
Um,
This is the static link. It's not gonna change.
No.
Or we can just put the on the ICRA debates camera, the name of the ICRA debates could be the slide.
That's smart. I don't mind that.
But will it always pop up? Oh, yeah. it will always pop up.
Yeah, when people talk, it will show ICRA debates and
There's something less hacky. Wonder if there's a less hacky way to do this.
yeah, this is a. Or could we somehow find a way to print stuff?
Yeah, if we can get like if you just take a Sharpie and a big placard, that's more than enough.
Actually, right.
Oh, we have this.
So
Just
is this any useful?
down to the screen.
Oh, that? Yeah. Let me try scanning.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna go to the
I
back.
think should be good, but I appreciate you double checking.
Yeah, no, I'm going to the back. Try to scan. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, the one thing that annoys me is I'm trying to make the background transparent.
Oh, that's fine. No, we don't have time for that.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I have time, but
Can you put it on the other slides as well? On the other join the conversation slides?
probably stand by.
Yeah, thanks.
So what's the best way?
But so we still haven't resolved. It sounds like Kartik and Sudu, we are not on the same page on during the debate. So as they are discussing, do we show something like what I'm sharing now with the QR code or not?
During the debate, we don't screen share.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. That's what the thing is. How will people know to go to a certain URL? I think for
I can.
So for in
ask the
person?
moderator to go to repeat, like, if you want, right, so repeat that location, right, every 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Uh,
We need somehow to.
If we can just print out the QR code, if we just print out the QR code and put it on a,
On a few tables,
yeah.
but where can we put that?
Is there like a printing?
Virtual Convention Center, but I highly doubt it.
Maybe this is something that can help us with. Do you want to check at the front desk and say you want to print something?
Sure.
A bunch, then are you able to?
Sure.
Yeah, and if you can't print, see if you can get like a placard that we can like write on. Or
Yeah, a
something.
big board or something.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Otherwise, there's a connection. Print center, like. On Market Street. That's not good.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah, that's good.
All the, maybe one way of doing it is asking the moderator from time to time to remind, and that moment we start the screen share and just show the QR code. Just from time to time.
Like a way to ask questions.
Chat, like.
Yeah.
What's people's screen?
Yeah, the thing with the chat is it's live streaming to YouTube, so
But it's also for people in the room.
yeah.
They're not
Yeah, it's mostly for
necessarily-
the people in the room, actually. Because in the live stream, like we have the video playing and also the other thing like that. So people can see. This one. Okay, good. Um, and this one. Hey, Federico.
Go ahead.
When you're sharing, can you get rid of the side view of all the videos? Because right now there's like a third of the screen is like the gallery of the other people.
Mm, I think that may be on the receiver end. I may be incorrect, but um, I am.
Oh wait. I think that's from my side. Give me a second.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think like here is what I'm sharing video wise.
okay.
It's this little thing, and I've been able to minimize it. Okay. So I think yeah, if you fix it on the client, that's great.
Okay. One of these. All right. Good.
Touch wood, touch wood.
Take
It works.
I will check that.
Send the QR code. Okay. I think I. Live. We are going to- Hey, Federico.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've published the live on the website. I'm just gonna, we can quickly verify to see if it works. I'm gonna
Stand
make,
by check.
what?
I'm checking. So did you publish or do you want me to check the preview?
So I published, but it's still not the homepage. So it's still robotics debates or slash live stream.
Yeah, I see it. If I go, I see it. I see the live stream is working.
Okay, and it'll be delayed by like 30 seconds or so.
Excellent.
Okay, so that's good. I'm gonna make it the homepage.
Go for it. I said go for it. It looks good to me.
Yep, doing it. Okay, done.
And yeah, I can confirm I see it on the homepage.
Awesome.
I really hate that my iPad is sharing the screen in 4/3 with the slides in 16:9, and then YouTube reformats to 16:9. Sorry about that.
Federico, could you send us that QR code? We're trying to get printed.
Sure thing. How do you want me to send it?
Message me.
Yeah, just send it to Skype.
Screenshot.
Okay, I'll drop it in Slack.
Perfect.
The slide, the screenshot of the slide with the URL and the QR code.
Oh, but just.
I mean, that slide, yeah, that's the one. Just send me.
Oh yeah, just that slide alone. That would be good.
Actually, Federico, can you give us the whole slide?
Working on it.
Thank you.
PDF is fine. I can also give it to you in Keynote, but if you're printing, I expect PDF may be easier.
Yes.
Okay, and working on it. We're using the web version of Keynote, so I'm waiting for Apple to make the PDF. Also, I think it's absolutely wild that, you know, I'm sharing my screen from Milan, Italy. Like, this hybrid thing is wild.
Oh, Federico, there's an email that we can send it to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna message you the email. Okay.
Perfect. And we want just one PDF of the full slide, correct?
So I also shared a version of the slides with you. Everything is the same. The second slide has all our faces on it. If you can add just that one slide to your deck. You can do this after.
Got it. Okay, so you want me to send this one PDF to store 7187. Should I comment anything in there? Like say something?
No, this is it.
Okay, I'm gonna send it now.
Yeah. Shane?
Yeah.
Should I just give you cash?
It's okay. I got paid and that's reimbursed.
But whatever.
Yeah. Why don't you just? Yeah. 10:30,
I think it's not. I think it's.
or just take it?
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Hi, Iris.
Hey, Iris.
Hi. Is everything good? Wow, the room looks great.
Can you see the video?
Actually, only one day is here.
On the three online.
Come on. That doesn't look right. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's fine. That's good.
Correct. So I'll do my intro, and when I introduce the people, then we switch to that slide.
Okay. And we'll use the lectern for most stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Amanda, can you hear us? Amanda, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Just testing the live stream. So,
Battery for 100%.
And then
Hi, just try and raise the volume as usual.
Yeah, your volume is a bit low.
audible, but just a little.
How about now?
It's good, not very different.
It sounds good to me on the stream.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's definitely, yeah, it's fine.
Good, I'll try to speak louder.
Sure.
Hey, how's it going? Good, Aaron Miller. Hi, Aaron.
Thank you for volunteering.
Oh, no problem. So how are we doing this? We're
So
sitting.
we have for and against,
Okay,
and we have the moderator.
okay.
And it's going to be virtual. We have this thing that can switch, looking at people that.
Oh, I see. So this is the camera?
Yeah.
Neat. How's that work?
The 360-degree thing.
Good. And where's the camera though?
This is it's a background camera, 360.
And it can do correction.
It actually, so if we are two people who sit there and we're
Yeah.
talking, it splits the screen intelligently.
That's really cool.
So,
I can't believe it does all the lens correction stuff well. It still has high resolution.
yeah, it's pretty good, actually.
Andreas.
Okay, and I thought I saw.
So we're just doing like oral, like no, we're just orally.
Yeah,
saying
no
it,
slides.
right?
Yeah, Dan did ask if you should make slides. And I
Yeah.
said,
Okay.
doesn't quite work well for, oh, thank you.
Not such a good idea.
Okay, just put one per table, and if we can do more, then we'll see.
Is our moderator here for the social good? Is that
That's
John
John.
Kelly?
That's
Yeah.
John.
So
Hi,
he'll be
Andreas.
here. He said he'll be here at 11.
Everyone.
Andreas.
Hey, man, how are you? Against, maybe you want to set this aside. Okay. So this is CJ, maybe the moderator.
Hey, Andy, it's great to see you.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, we have.
And Kartik, I really like this arrangement that you came up with.
No.
Sorry?
I really like the arrangement of the tables. It looks great remote.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we just came up with this.
It's good.
On the topic. It was really funny, actually. Professors at school. How can I argue?
Printouts are in there.
So, yeah, I think it's an interesting, it's good though, because, you know, you're good to know exactly.
Finding goals in our own art.
Yeah.
And to the folks in the room, the usual note that the camera and microphone, the microphone has been forming. So it may pick up private conversations. It will try very hard to eavesdrop on people that are in the camera's range. I always say this when on the remote one and there's an owl, in a room with more people.
So basically, we should keep
have-
quiet. No, this is us. We should keep quiet and focus on the folks.
No, it's fine. Just yeah, if you're trying to have a sidebar, it may be broadcast.
Andreas, do you want to unmute and speak? We want to do an audio check.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me well?
It's a little low.
A little low. Okay, let me try to improve that. Is it better if I use this microphone?
Yes.
Okay, I'll stick with that one.
And Amanda, do you want to do an audio check as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
How does that
we're
sound?
good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. And hopefully folks have met. CJ is going to be your moderator and Mandy is going to be debating against. The thing is only seeing me. Yeah, you guys need to speak up for the camera to look at you.
Hey,
Hi,
guys.
everybody.
Hi, everybody. Hi.
Hi, Federica. You got me in the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I was a panelist last year.
Oh, you know what it's like.
Never been a moderator. Yeah, personally.
Yeah. No, I.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the debrief at the end is no holds barred. Yeah.
So.
Have a chance to chat with or
No, I don't, I've never met Andres. I know who you, I think they know you. So that is a good thing. I have no idea.
that's actually works best as candidates from.
Hey,
Hi. Nice to meet you. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I could just speak with this if that works.
The camera figures are great.
Just put it there.
Yeah. Since you're the only person.
Yeah. It's just- I'm moving sometimes if it's not gonna go.
Check. Yeah.
Check, check.
Check. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think we can close.
Put it in my pocket. Actually, if you want to have that, this mic here, the other, participants come, they all have.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I'll leave it. Check.
Check.
See how I'll do this.
Check. Yeah.
How much is it all?
All right. Hello and welcome, everyone. My name is Karthik, and I'm a faculty in the University of Buffalo. On behalf of the ICRA Debates Committee in 2022, we are very excited to welcome you to the 4th edition of the debates on the future of robotics research. We have 3 very exciting debates prepared for you, and we can't wait to get started. But before that, I'd like to introduce you to the organizing committee. We have Sylvia Herbert from UCSD and myself as the general co-chairs. We have Sudarshan Suresh, or Sudu, who's the technical chair. We have Shreyas Kaushik from Stanford, Alex Plott from UCLA, Federico Rossi from JPL, Ken Elimelech from Rice, Benoit Rosa from CNRS, and Iris Andruso from Max Planck Institute. We've spent the last few months trying to put together an exciting program for you, and I hope you enjoy it. Before we get started, though, I just want to give you an outline of what will happen. The debates will follow a standard format. For those of you who attended the previous editions, each debate will last 80 minutes. It'll feature 4 debaters, 2 for and 2 against, and there will be 1 moderator to moderate the debate. The debates will go through opening remarks, then a series of question and answers, and finally we tally the question. You can see the debate format in the slide up there. This year we are going to have the debates in a hybrid format. So there's in-person participation, but there's also virtual participation. But we will have all questions online. So if you are in person or virtual, please go to roboticsdebates.org or look at the Slido link on the right. We also, for in-person participants, we have QR codes on your table, so you can scan that for your convenience. So questions get asked on the poll there. You can also upvote questions that you like. And as the questions bubble up, the moderator will pick up the questions that are most popular. The moderator can also ask their own questions. So please be engaged, and hopefully we'll have an exciting debate. So the one last thing I'd like to say is a lot of the debates have happened because of the community and the organization. If you like the debate format and you want to participate in them. Or if you don't like something and you want to get that corrected, please email us and join the community. You can participate as a debater, you can participate as an organizer. So go to the website and look up our email, send us an email, and join the workshop debates committee. With that, I'd like to get started with the first debate. The first debate is titled "Algorithms Should Not Be Published Without an Open Source Reference Implementation." I'll be joined by my colleague Federico to introduce the participants. So in the past years, the workshop has discussed several things like pervasiveness of deep learning in robotics. And we as a community have explored the reliance on data sets. Today, we want to explore the fundamental problem of gaining scientific insight into our results and making them reproducible from a different angle. And the angle is we want to talk about open sourcing the work we do. Right, so that's the debate topic. Federico?
Yeah, arguing. So before we begin our debate, we want to take a temperature of the room. So please go to the Slido at this URL or scan the QR code and vote on whether you agree. We will also have the vote and the vote at the end of the debate. We have 4 stellar debaters and a wonderful moderator today. Arguing for the proposition, we have Professor Amanda Farrar, who's an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Technology at Cambridge University in the UK. Amanda's mission is to find new ways of coordinating artificial intelligent agents, robots, vehicles, and machines to achieve common goals in shared physical and virtual spaces. And we also have Professor Dan Halperin from Tel Aviv University. Dan's main field of research is computational geometry and its applications. A major focus of his work has been in research and development of robust geometric software, mainly as part of CGAL, the CGAL project and library. Application areas of very interest include robotics, automated manufacturing, algorithmic motion planning, and 3D printing. And Amanda and Dan will be debating for this topic.
And arguing against the resolution, we have Dr. Vani Verma from NASA Jet Propulsion Labs. Vani is the Deputy Section Manager for Mobility and Robotics Section at NASA JPL. Her areas of expertise include space robotics, autonomous robots, and robotic operations. Joining her is Dr. Andreas Billmeyer, the Chief Software Architect at ABB Robotics. Dr. Billmeyer obtained his PhD from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Intelligent Process Automation and Robotics Lab. After that, he worked at Google Research in 2015, and Andreas returned to Germany to co-found a robotics startup, Robotics GmbH, which designs individual automation solutions based on an intelligent modular system. So we should have an exciting set of debates. Again, like Federico said, there is a pre-debate poll. Please scan the cards. Please go to the Slido and enter the pre-debate poll so we can get an idea of what the audience believes before we start the debate. Okay, as the pre-debate polls are going on, I will hand it over to our moderator, Dr. Taylor.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a robust interchange of ideas, as these things always prove to be quite interesting. So with that in mind, I think I'm going to just give you a temperature of where we stand currently with this proposition. Perhaps unsurprisingly, for an academic conference like this, currently around 61% agree. Surprisingly, perhaps not, 21 undecided is second at 21%, and the remaining 18% disagree. So we'll see whether there's any motion on that as we go forward. So with that, I'm not sure if there's a prescribed order for speaking. Okay. So I will exercise a royal prerogative here and invite the floor side to send one speaker forward. Amanda or Dan, which of you would like to begin? I think I'm just going to invite Amanda to start, and then we'll go against, and then for, and then against him. So
Okay. Thank you, CJ, for the introduction and for acting as moderator. Good morning, everybody. So I'm going to start by talking about 3 key points that I believe are crucial to the position for this argument. The first one is that I believe that open source code is simply good practice. So it essentially forces you to go through your code and make sure it doesn't contain any mistakes. And ultimately, I think that having this goal in mind, so open sourcing your code, really does enhance the quality of your own research, which can only be a good thing. Simultaneously, it also allows others to verify that you haven't had any mistakes. So there is code improvement, code quality improvement coming through this process in many different ways. The second key point is reproducibility. And this point is extremely valid for the academic community. So most papers often do not contain all necessary details and information needed in order to be able to reproduce results. This can also be because many publication venues have stringent page limitations. And even if you add an appendix, key implementation details are hard to include in paper form, where you don't actually include the actual code itself. So reproducibility is sometimes only possible if you actually provide the code. Then the second point that's arguing for reproducibility is that, and that connects to a third point, is comparisons and evaluation. So benchmarking. It's easier to benchmark and it's easier to be more truthful with respect to comparisons when you actually get the source code of the original developers. It's easier to do benchmarking when you actually get the code from the developers themselves, especially if you're trying to outperform a prior method. You want to make sure you get the best possible code, and that would often be through the developers themselves. And the final point I want to make, and it relates to all these three points that I made before, is the impact that these 3 items bring about. The first main impact point is that it accelerates development, accelerates research, and through this acceleration, we are able to perhaps more easily level with the private sector, with industry, because we're leveraging a community effect by open sourcing our code. So a concrete example is if I can take the open source code of a prior paper and build on that, perhaps to extend it, to provide a slight alternative, or maybe even to improve it, having that open source code available to me cut several months of development time out of my busy work schedule. So this is the kind of acceleration that I think is very valuable to academia. At the same time, we're leveraging a community effect. So we're leveraging the effects of academia. And I think that this is what is at heart for many practitioners in the research realm. We want to be able to leverage this community effect. We want to be able to work together as a team, and we want to further research as a whole. Last point I want to make is actually the point that it's a two-directional, the benefits are two-directional. So if you think about companies, many companies actually also decide to go down the open source code route. And the reason for this is that it benefits you back. So if you think concretely about the examples of PyTorch and TensorFlow, these are 2 frameworks that have been open sourced by Meta, Facebook, and Google, respectively. And by open sourcing those frameworks, they're opening up the tool bases that they use internally to a user base. Any products that are then developed by this user base are more easily integrated back into products that these industries can then further develop internally and potentially again outsource and open source. So the open source cycle just keeps on continuing in a very positive, uplifting way. I think I will leave it at that and hand over to Dan for additional points.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amanda. And your timing is impeccable, as always. So with that, I'm going to ask Andreas to advance the initial argument against, and then we'll go to Dan.
Yeah, happy to. So, hello and good morning, everyone. So, I take the stance against in this debate. So let's start with questioning why would we request to open source the reference implementation if the algorithm has already been published? So what is the goal of having an open source reference implementation, and is that goal actually furthered by doing open source reference implementations? I think that's one point we should get an answer for by the proponents of open sourcing the implementation. Another big topic is that I expect less contributions by industry if industry private sector is forced to open source their algorithms. So instead then of getting at least a paper that describes their methods, we will get nothing for the wider research community. The next point is that I believe it does not actually address the reproducibility challenge we have in robotics, because software is often not enough. I would also at least need the data, but more importantly, I would need the hardware, and not just the robot hardware. I would also need the environment, perhaps the whole lab, including motion capturing systems and other things to actually compare the reference implementation that was open sourced. And another topic regarding reproducibility is, of course, is the task that is presented in the paper actually representative, or is it relevant for what we want to find out about the algorithm? So it might be, the algorithm might work quite well, and I can verify that, but I might easily find out that the task is posed in a way that it is actually not really that relevant for what we want to achieve in the wider robotics research community. Finally, the next point is, if there is an open source reference implementation put on GitHub, it might lead people to not spend so much time properly explaining their method. They will just refer to, look at my code, read what I open sourced here. So not having an open source implementation will actually force people to make a better write-up and condense the hundreds or thousands of lines of code into something that fits in an IEEE paper format. So there is a risk of actually reducing the paper quality if people just can refer to their code all of the time. And another important question for me is, the idea of open source is that there are many eyeballs on the implementation, and that will find issues, that will detect people, perhaps making things appear better than they actually are, because they're selecting good inputs or good applications for their method. But the principle of many eyeballs only works if there are actually many eyeballs. If you look at GitHub and how much code is published there, you can just make an argument that there cannot be too many readers on average of what is being published there, given the amount that is uploaded. And let me conclude the first statement with that it is bad for innovation, forcing people to open source a reference implementation. And with innovation, I do not mean the scientific part of it, but more the commercialization and bringing it into the real world part of it. Because if I come up with an interesting solution during my PhD studies, and I can use my implementation as the basis for starting a company around my new method, I have a higher chance of succeeding in getting funding than if I had already open sourced everything and the big companies can just come and take it. And since I still have, I think, a few seconds, then one more point is it is a significant time investment. And wouldn't I rather have my PhD students do robotics research than working on maintaining open source software? I think that should be some points for that side of the argument.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Andreas. And again, everybody's doing sort of a wonderful job sort of keeping it within 5 minutes. So that, I guess, leaves a little bit more time, I think, for our next two speakers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan for the next 5-minute segment.
I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this important debate on a topic that concerns many of us. Amanda already put up the main points, and I try to strengthen her points and to contradict some of Andreas's points. I strongly support publishing code with algorithmic papers in robotics. Don't try to produce product strength software. Don't spend too much time on beautifying your code. Just share with us the code that we can read and run so we get a better feeling for how the algorithms are implemented and how they perform on instances you may not have studied. There are many reasons to publish the code along with the algorithms. As I said, Amanda already mentioned most of them: transparency, reproducibility, comparison with other approaches, expediting the progress of algorithmic research in robotics, but not making anybody start the effort from scratch. The code is a natural extension of the high-level description of the algorithm. When we describe an algorithm in a paper, we omit many implementation details. Most readers of the paper would probably prefer not to be distracted by these details. But some are interested in them since the research is close to theirs and details matter. Let me repeat an often used but still wonderful quote attributed to many people. In theory, there's no difference between theory and practice. In practice, there is. I cannot think of an area where this is more suitable than algorithms in general and robot algorithms in particular. I love theory, but in robotics, we have to relate the theory to the practice. Adding code to submissions had an unprecedented effect on the fast-paced progress in machine learning. Code submission is not compulsory, but quite often reviewers frown upon papers not accompanied by code. Papers which may otherwise be good. It may not be the official reason why a paper is rejected, but a paper may lose a lot of points due to lack of code. Moreover, it's quite evident that good papers accompanied by usable code have higher impact. Results obtained in academia should be at the public domain. They should be open source, software code included. You may argue that the need to reveal the code will lead to too much preparation time and effort. Then, instead of having K-1,000 submissions to ICRA and IROS every year, we will only have K-1,000 submissions. Is it really bad? Won't we then have more thorough, better checked, reusable submissions if people knew that someone will be looking at their code? Don't worry, no one is asking you to become an Uber programmer producing gleaming code. We just want to learn how you handle the fine details. If your code is reasonable, we could also build on it for further development. Algorithms should not be published without an open source implementation. That's the end of my first set of arguments.
Fantastic. Looking forward to hopefully spirited debate as we go forward on this. So with that, it's my pleasure to turn to our final speaker, Randy, and I'm actually really curious to hear when we can expect the next GitHub update from Mars.
Right. No, I think it's always interesting to go fast because a lot of the discussions have been made. But I think that robotics publications should be inclusive to all types and stages of research. So, I think of publications at all forms of documentation, and they serve the purpose to provide detail for those who presented an article, but also for those who may not have been in the field now to catch up on what was being done and discussed because they wasn't there. So, I'm a huge fan of our article process, replication, and benchmarking, and also the gen processes to have experiments. I think that's really great because it makes it explicit what that label means, what was verified and what was not verified. At the same time, I think we should allow sharing of works that doesn't need to fit into that criteria, because otherwise you won't hear about it. So I think for primary robotics researchers and academics, the purpose of the implementation that they may be doing is for the purpose of that publication or for robotics competition or demonstration. But if your primary, and that's your job description, you need it as part of your work. For those who work on real-world robots, you may be doing this innovation as part of the custom infrastructure. And oftentimes, you can be successful at your job without ever publishing. And in fact, you may have to be publishing in your spare time and have to jump through a lot of hoops to get that information out there. So I think, we don't want to miss out on having those people be part of the discussion. Another aspect is it could delay discussion of early work. There could be somebody who's really good at formulating the idea, especially when you don't get so detailed that you know the ins and outs of the algorithm. If somebody lays out an argument against a specific point, it still be really valuable for the discussion. So all of the work that's being submitted should still go through peer review, but it's the peer review that should decide whether it's valuable for the community to have this. And then I think my main disagreement with the opposition is the statement as it's phrased, which is that publications that don't include an open source implementation would be rejected before anyone even reviewed them. We should at least give them a chance to make a case that they provide the value. And alongside those that do provide the open source implementation. So I think my thing would be that the transparency is great. It's great to have the transparency as to what is being peer-reviewed, what's the process, what's the criteria. And in fact, we should do that for whether or not, I think there's one process that will be useful and you have checklists and what is being checked. But they should, and particularly like the part where they can do a result article published of how they test the result and the authors can oppose that. We should do that even for the ones who don't include the publication. I think that's the main point, is being able to make it visible what the criteria is, uniform and equally applied.
All right, fantastic. Well, I really want to thank all of our speakers. It's a really clear, I think, coherent arguments currently being made. I actually just wanted to remind the audience that all of our questions are being captured via the Slido interface. I don't know, Karthik, you want to give us a reminder on what the URL is?
Yeah, for the in-person people, every table has a QR code that you're welcome to scan, and that gives you that. And online, if you go to roboticsdebates.org, the link is also there, and the questions are right there. So you can post questions, you can upvote things. I don't know if you can download things, but you can definitely upvote the questions you like.
Okay, and with that, so I'm going to we're going to proceed into this moderated discussion piece. So I'm going to be picking some questions from the Slido interface again. Please log on, and some of my own. I'm going to use to stir the pot. So with that, let me just read out a question that's been posted. If open source code becomes a mandatory part of publication, should it then also be taken into account during peer review? And if so, how? And I guess this really goes towards the four arguments here.
I would say not necessarily. It all should be done with great care because it can really increase the burden on the reviewers. It should be an option for someone who is interested and is looking into the code. It should not be compulsory. If a reviewer wants to check it, they can. If they don't have to.
Any comments from the against on this question of incorporation into peer review, and what, if anything, should be the burden on authors in terms of the code that they produce, if, as stated in the proposition, this is to become a mandatory part of submission?
I think if we make submitting your code mandatory as part of handing in your publication, but not reviewing what is actually contained behind the link to the repository, then of course the question is how much value is there? Is it actually the right code? Does it compile? What quality is it? So we need to be consistent. If we demand publication of the code, then we also need to review it as part of reviewing the submissions.
Okay, so I'm going to invoke executive privilege here and actually ask a question for the group against. So Amanda made a really excellent point about the salubrious effect that sort of open source has had sort of on a wide range of things in terms of being able to produce artifacts that other people can build upon in various ways. What's your response to the idea that this is actually sort of a good thing? It leads to a virtuous cycle of innovation. Do you think she's wrong about this, or that there are other ways of achieving it?
Yeah, at least I would say I think it's really great to have the open source implementations, because it is true that you can use those implementations, but it shouldn't be the requirement. Is, I think the phrasing as it's stated is the articles without it are published. There is definitely value in my mind in having open source, and it results in people being able to use it, but not everything is conducive to it. You have to build enormous infrastructure sometimes with more complex algorithms. And if you simplify it and not actually testing with some of the benchmarking, that is also being discussed. I'm discussing to add to that.
We didn't quite catch the end of your sentence. If you could just repeat that. Yeah, the audio is.
Just like hold it.
I'll try to hold my.
Oh yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
That's better. Sorry about that. I think
No
I was just saying that my point was that open source is great to have. It does provide value, but rejecting articles that don't provide open source implementation is more the argument against it. And also some of the types of work that is done on real world robotic systems can be part of very complex infrastructure. And without it, you won't get the same benchmarking results. So if you simplify it, you're actually discussing an entirely different problem.
So I don't know if Amanda, you want to sort of respond or talk about the.
I can say a few things. I think the question of accepting or rejecting based on whether or not code is available is actually an entirely separate discussion. Because, yeah, I think the question we are discussing, I believe, in the first instance, is whether some code is available or not, right? So the availability of open source code. The quality of that code obviously will vary a lot. And we're talking often here, we're talking about PhD students, potentially postdocs who are open sourcing perhaps even their first big project. But that, I think, is even part of the pro argument here. Open sourcing code and creating a community around a bit of code is even educational for those who open source the code. So they will learn through the interactions of the community. Often PIs have, perhaps a dozen students under them or multiple dozens in the worst or the best of cases, right? And we do not have the time to scrutinize code and help our students improve it. So I think the open sourcing here is not a accept reject question. Rather, it's I'm providing you this. Please get back to me on it, right? And I think as many communities in the machine learning domain already do, it's a checklist requirement, not something that has been reviewed. And if you're lucky, you go onto the GitHub, you install the stuff, and you run it. And it's a question of a couple of minutes. And it's not a question of actually reading the code and judging its quality. It's a question of, okay, can I run the model or can I run the system? And the results it's giving me, can I use those to benchmark a potential improvement? And just that action of having that code available and being able to do this cut a couple of months out of the next person's development time. And I think it's this acceleration of science that we're really, really trying to strive for here.
So there's another question from the forum that I think I'd like to address against the far side of the aisle. I keep seeing students use code without understanding it. Boy, I've never seen that happen before. What are your thoughts on implementing algorithms yourself as an important aspect of learning the research sector?
So I would definitely say this is a great example of if you have the code available and you can just run it, you will not perhaps study what is presented with the same level of detail and attention than if you would look at really the essence of what is being published, the method, the contribution to robotics. You might just run it, and a lot of innovation likely will come from people looking at the more abstract description, trying to implement it, and then running into all kinds of corner cases, running into all kinds of problems. And they might actually indicate where this method could be further improved or what alternatives might be taken. If you just download code and run it, you might never have that moment where you really need to deeply think about the method that you're using here.
I'd just like to add to that sometimes, and there are examples when you work on the robotic systems, that an error in the code can produce positive results to reinforce your end result. So you really do have to look at the code to make sure it's actually implementing the algorithm as intended.
I want to react to some of the comments by Andreas. May I?
Please, of course.
First, the earlier claim that what's the point of submitting code if the reviewers don't review it? I want to give an analog from the best algorithms and theory conferences in computer science, where you are now required to supply all the proofs to your theorems in addition to the main body of the paper. No one promises you to read this, like no one promises you to read supplementary material in robotics. But it gives the opportunity to those who are interested to check it. Or if there is some debate over your paper, there is extra material where you can be checked upon. So it's probably unrealistic to expect that on top of all the review process that we are swamping, we will have to check code. But having it there can increase the quality of the research and the ease of reproducibility.
Let me just have a quick follow-up question to this one. I guess this is going to be addressed to the guest. Do any examples spring to mind of situations where actually having a open source or other implementation available is actually detrimental? There are situations you've seen where a particular package or a particular implementation gains traction or causes people to think less hard than they should. It's possibly an unfair question, but I think that's a stir thought.
Sorry, I didn't get the comment.
I was just wondering if theoretically, let's say, it would be possible to have a situation where actually having a reference implementation out there might cause people to look a little less closely than they should, and sort of rely on what's done. Are there any sort of famous software bugs that you might have come across in practice, or that you felt might have been ameliorated if it had been re-implemented or looked at a little bit more closely?
maybe Andreas has an example, but in general, I would say that the argument isn't that open source is good, it is valuable. But I think just, now I'm hypothesizing, but if there is an implementation and there exists some examples of like robotic infrastructure that a lot of work just builds upon that and sometimes we start thinking of innovative ways outside of that box. And so, that could be an example of it. I actually think open source is right. But in general, that could be an example. So we should also have diversity in the open source implementations. So we are exploring research ideas.
Another question that's sort of risen to the top here online is really about this question of the implicit burden of producing software architecture. So isn't it placing an additional burden on academics to open source their code and make it reusable without added incentives after the paper is published? So I guess this is the question for the 4 candidates.
Perhaps. Oh, Dan, do you want to go?
No, go ahead, Amanda.
I mean, I have, it's a short answer to that. And I think, so the answer is yes, it is a time commitment and time is valuable for, PhD students because we know that they're under a certain amount of pressure to get a lot of work done in a short period of time. But I would argue that in any case, always, this time investment is worth it because if you're intending to build on something that you're producing, you want to make sure that what you're producing is good. You're going to want to make your codes, your source code legible. After you come back from a holiday, you want to make sure that there's a README file so you know how to get started again. I think there's only benefits to producing good code for the person who developed it, as well as obviously anybody else who might want to use it.
May I add to Amanda's comments? On my floor in the department, there are many machine learning people, and I polled them before our debate, and they said that if you have good code accompanying your papers, it clearly increases the impact of your paper. The chances that you will be cited are manifold higher than without good code. So you get benefits, even credit benefits in publications.
All right, there's another question in the chat, which I think builds upon a comment that Andreas made. So as Andreas mentioned, code most often needs data to run. Is there any value to code on its own? And again, to remind you back to some point is that in many situations, these are also associated with bespoke hardware or other configurations that might be unique to a particular experimenter or setup. Should contributions that rely on these kinds of things also be outside of the realm of public publication? So just throwing it to both sides here. Andreas, if you want to amplify, or Dan or Amanda, if you want to respond.
So I can perhaps only amplify it in terms of, we also need to ask ourselves if the method described in the paper is not novel enough that this in itself is a valuable contribution to robotics, but that only having a complex implementation that gets some problem done, whether we are then still talking about research or whether we are actually talking about open source products that we would like to use to build research on. So, if you need the code to get value out of what was published, then perhaps there was no value in publishing it in terms of it being a scientific contribution.
I would like to say something here. So I think the key point in my answer is modularity. So, and the second key point is the paper or whatever contribution you're trying to make, is it a data set or is it an algorithm? Clearly, if it's a data set paper, then open source here consists of data, right? So I think it's a question of what is the context that we're talking about here. If it's an algorithms paper or methods paper, then the code should be modular such that you can load any data that is relevant and run your algorithm on it. And the data itself, so the algorithm itself should not be data set dependent. Instead, in your README files or any ancillary documentation, you should clearly describe for what kind of data sets your algorithm works. But the data itself does not have to be part of the contribution.
There's another a question in the comment that I think is sort of worth amplifying on, which is if the goal is sort of replication, is it really needed to publish the code? Is there a room for a halfway measure where you provide, let's say, a closed source implementation or simply a binary variant of the library, which has certainly been done in various, which might allow people to reproduce results without necessarily revealing trade secrets, let's say, if that's something that you wanted to protect. So curious how both sides of it sort of feel about that. That's a possibility.
On occasions where for some reason it's impossible to reveal the code, that's a compromise. That would be good enough if at least we can test your code on other data, understand the performance of your algorithms. But of course, it would be better if we could also see how this was created.
Andreas or Wendy, any thoughts on would this assuage some of your concerns or?
So of course, it definitely addresses the IP, intellectual property related questions. However, in practice, it might even be harder to perform this because what binaries do you ship for what operating system, for what languages, for how many years are they going to run? Because most people are not only interested in the papers of a year or two ago. There has been very valuable things that are still valid 10, 15, 20 years after they have been published. And so it might be very difficult in practice to do binary publications.
Right, well, according to the clock, we're at 10:46. So I guess let's, according to schedule, we are now moving to a phase where each debater will be allowed 2.5 minutes to make our closing argument. After that, there will be a final poll to see if we've swayed any minds one way or the other. So I think I'm inclined to basically go in the same order we did for the beginning. So Amanda, you'd be up first.
Amanda, we don't hear you.
Yeah, got it, thanks. To keep it really short and crisp. So I think open source code is beneficial for the acceleration of science. And it's also beneficial to the development of anybody who's producing that open source code because it enhances the quality of the research. Overall, I think it's definitely the way we should go. And I'm happy to see many research communities adopting this strategy. I think the robotics community should should really adopt it as well. And actually follow even some companies in the private domain who are already doing this.
Okay. Andreas, you'll be up next.
Yeah, I'll also make it brief. So I think we will not achieve what we set out to achieve by having this requirement of publishing an open source reference implementation, and we will actually negatively impact robotics research because a lot of private contributions will not happen anymore since either their code is part of a really big proprietary in-house system and they cannot just modularize that and give snippets out of it that you actually can run, or they have a lot of concerns about intellectual property and would just refrain from publishing it all and continuing it with their research internally.
Okay, Dan.
I try to make it short as well. I suggest that you Google publishing papers with code and you'll see that there is some revolution going on in the world and communities are adopting this attitude, this approach. Don't take it to the extreme, but let us look at your code. If you have very good reason not to do it, we will be tolerant. But let's proceed with open source research and open source code.
And last but no means least, you get the last words.
I just want to make sure that those online can hear me. Sorry, initially I think there were some problems. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, great. So I think it's great to have open source code, and we should definitely encourage it. In fact, we should include people who aren't classic academics for whom it is harder to find out how we can provide, in a way, as an organization, guidelines that might help one from the other to do the open source work. And I also think the statement, as it's written, I still disagree with, we should continue to be inclusive of all types and stages of research. So we should require it, but we should find ways to enable and encourage it.
Okay. So with that, I will mention to the audience, both here and online, that there is a poll now up on Slido. And I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes to log on and give us your feedback. So while we're doing that, I figured I'd ask one question, which is hopefully relatively anodyne, which is actually a bit more about possible implementations. I'm hearing a lot of general agreement that open source is a good thing, but there's also sort of a concern about the costs associated, the ability to maintain such a thing afterwards. I'm wondering if people have thoughts on the advisability of setting up institutions, maybe making this a part of the NIST mission. I know that National Institute of Standards here in the United States, or other bodies that could serve as repositories for data, for implementations, to make them available. So I'm wondering if you guys have thought about that, and whether you think some sort of thrust in that area is a good thing, or we leave it as a tragedy to commons kind of event.
It's a tough call. It's very hard. From my experience over the past decades, it's very hard to maintain open source code in a satisfactory way. Probably you would like to have some involvement of industry in one form or another. But the issue of maintenance, I think, is slightly different from the main topic of our debate. The hardness of maintaining should not convince us not to ask for open source at submission. This is a somewhat different question. And I have a lot more to say about it, but I think it needs another debate.
Yeah, I think that it is very valuable to have the discussion of how it could be enabled, because generally sometimes the open source is put it out there and it's left to the consumer of that open source to figure out how to do it. So it would be valuable to see if they can do it. It's not going to be easy.
All right, so with that, I think we can reveal the current temperature of the room. Unfortunately, it's flipped off of my display, so I don't know if Karthik, you want to.
Yeah, Federico's doing it behind the scenes.
One by one.
So once it's ready, he'll share it right up on screen.
Okay. So with that, I think why don't we just start to proceed into the debrief session, which is also sort of useful. We can go two ways. We can either engage in more pungent remarks, or we can talk about how we actually feel. So again, I think, as I said, there was a lot of love for open source, I think, across the board. The interesting question sort of still revolves around these questions of cost, questions of maintenance, and intellectual property. I'm just wondering for on either side if there are any arguments that the other side made that you sort of particularly wanted to respond to that we didn't get a chance to get to during our time so far. So again, this is open to anyone who wants to.
So now that the polls are over and we can choose perhaps also different sides in the in the debate. So of course it was an interesting experience to take the opposite opinion of my actual one, and trying to find good arguments against open sourcing your implementations. But I think still it was a valuable exercise, not just intellectually, but also what do we want to achieve? So I think that question really stuck with me. And perhaps it's not open source. So I think two topics emerged over and over. One is reproducibility, and the other is being able to build on what others have done in order to successfully, or one step at a time, build up complex systems, because no single PhD candidate can write everything from scratch and still hand in a thesis in time. So we kind of need to build on what others have done, and in a domain that is as applied as robotics often is, of course the question is what is this fundamental basis? It is not just the new methods that have been developed. It's not just theoretical insights. It is really, you want to get started from a higher level. So you want to stand on the shoulder of giants, of people that have worked before you, so that you can start from where they left off, instead of starting from where they started and then not getting much further than they did in a limited amount of time. So I think those are the two fundamental topics: reproducibility and incremental progress in robotics research. And I think open source is part of the answer, but it's not the full answer actually. And that is what really showing through the discussion for me. There needs to be more than open sourcing your PhD code.
I would also like to raise a point that I wouldn't have raised when I was supposed to defend open source. I've been involved in open source in academia for many years in a huge project called Seagull. It really made a transformation in computational geometry, but I want to warn you of one thing. Don't turn your PhD students into software engineers. Eventually, it doesn't pay off in academia. It's a very thin line here that should not be crossed. We need open source projects. We need enthusiasm of students. Many students like to contribute to code, but if they contribute to code instead of doing original research, they will be later taken to excellent, lucrative jobs in the best software companies. But for remaining in academia, you should be cautious about these aspects of the time, the time that your students spend. At any rate, this doesn't again preclude the need to publish open source software papers, but it's better to keep it at bay.
And I think in terms of that, one thing I was briefly, I know that Rick is very cool, is that, a lot of companies and even like Mars work and other things use open source work in the initial stages. So I think it is important to get back to that so that it could then be used by other places. So I think the open source discussion is definitely valuable in that regard to facilitate, because they are using some of that as well.
So with that, I think we can share the final results. Okay, so there was a little bit of interesting shift in opinion. After debate, the agrees have gone to 36%, the disagrees to 54%. It's interesting to actually get if there are people that are interested in posting online about the arguments that you felt sort of most swayed you. I think that might be something that people would be interested to hear about. There was actually sort of one point that I think Andreas made that I was hoping to get a little bit more reaction to is, in some sense, the difference between writing a paper and writing code. And that, again, the usual standard had been that someone suitably skilled in the arts, after reading your 8-page paper, would be able to have a fair shot at being able to implement it again. And the ability to sort of essentially put all of your source online, in some sense, could be viewed as an invitation to be a little less crisp in your descriptions. And I think this is related to another point, which is that while your ICRA submissions are all archival, they get stored. There's a process by which these things become part of the historical record. We don't quite have that same level of archival rigor when it comes to code. It's a bit more ephemeral. And if you end up with a situation where stuff is put in code but not necessarily actually described, that can actually be a potential problem in terms of sort of long-term ideas that we get out of literature. So I just wanted to throw it, I guess, to the fore, but I guess to the end. So I just wanted, I don't know if I captured Andreas's argument.
Perhaps to add on to this point, one question I often ask myself while I was in academia is really this: what is a contribution to robotics, to computer science, to whatever the area of study is you're working in, and in robotics it's often really hard to tell. There are the fundamental algorithms and fundamental breakthroughs that happen from time to time, but of course not the 1,001 each ICRA either. And a lot of the contributions actually are very much in the details. But if your method depends on minute details that are contained in the implementation in terms of handling edge cases, in terms of normalizing some data, whatever it is, then perhaps shouldn't you describe that in the paper if that is the actual contribution? Because if it's just a paper of I was able to get this to work, perhaps then you shouldn't write the paper, then you should just publish the source code and the video. So it's a bit a question where we need to reflect on what is the contribution in each and every publication. And sometimes perhaps the higher value is the implementation and not the paper, but then we should also handle it like that and be transparent about it, instead of pretending it's the paper, but actually people cite it because they like to use the implementation. But the paper doesn't contain anything new.
So yeah, Dan, I'm wondering whether this sort of echoed a couple of the points that you were actually making earlier about not turning our students into software engineers.
Don't publish a paper if you don't have good new ideas. The source code is an addition. There are venues in academia, special journals that publish code. You'll find also ample information about it on the net. If your main contribution is code, there are different menus than the major robotics venues to publish it. The assumption when you publish a paper is that you have some good new ideas to share with the world. The software is support for that. If your contribution is the software. That's a different thing. There are venues to publish it, but you should take into account that the contribution is of a different nature. And I don't think that these are the contributions and the papers that we were mostly referring to and talking about in this debate. Here we talk about original new research in robotics. I think it's very rare. I mean, I think there is room in ICRA and other conferences to publish major open source projects, but these are very rare. You want to publish them and then you are using these and then you're giving credit to the people who did them. But on a regular basis, if your main contribution is software, that's a different story. I don't think, we are talking about a situation where the main contribution is algorithms. If you are original in the algorithms, very nice. It would also be very nice to see how you made it into a program. But I probably should be careful after this avalanche failure in the polls. So I should let others speak.
Just to add to Dan's point, I think the proposition here, the devil is in the detail, right? Because what we're arguing here is that it's not optional to provide open source code. Our proposition here is that it is obligatory. And I think there's a very fine, well, actually there's a stark difference between the two, which, yeah, obviously is critical here because, you know, to be honest, if I now have to argue with my personal opinion, I think that an obligation is probably a little bit tricky for many reasons, IP being one of them, and the second one being timing simply. Often we're trying to get papers done in time for the deadline, and we're not ready. We're not ready with the code because we want to do exactly that, which I mentioned in my arguments. We want to make sure the code is proper, it's readable, and I can use it again myself or the community. And that might take an additional 1 or 2 weeks of work or maybe more. And so getting the timing right for that is really tricky. So, you know, I guess having a checklist at the end, as some machine learning conferences do, is probably good. It means it's not like, it's not make or break if you have the code, but it's a plus. And I definitely am for encouraging it, but I'm perhaps not for making it obligatory.
Well, actually, maybe this is a separate debate, but I was intrigued by the idea, you know, because it happens a lot in my field of work that you could be doing something on Mars for 10 years, running the code every day, and then you discover a problem you've been done. And should that be original research to address your algorithm? So it makes it so that there's a new algorithm, but that doesn't occur. I still think there's room for that. And I was curious what all of you think more about that, Nick, because, you know, it would be great. That isn't just a software problem, I think. Maybe the next debate.
Maybe there's actually information to be gleaned by actually looking at the GitHub updates to see what was fixed and when.
Yeah.
So with that, I guess I'm going to ask if any of our debaters have any final thoughts they'd like to share with the audience. If not, there's an incipient coffee break, which I'm sorry we can't share with our online participants, but I hope you will definitely avail yourself of that opportunity in extra couple of minutes today.
And I was hoping some coffee break delivery drone has started in Philly a couple hours ago and will now fly in here to my window, but perhaps ICRA 2030.
Yeah, so we'll build upon the hyperloop that we're going to be building here. Okay, with that, I just want to express my deep appreciation to all of the debaters. I know how much work it is to sort of get your arguments right for this. And to the organizers who spent so many hours getting all this done, and to the audience for the many wonderful questions. Just apologize if we didn't get a chance to get to all of them in the time available. So with that, I'll turn it back to Carthy.
Actually, Federico Online is going to wrap up. Federico?
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you all in the audience for joining us in the room and online. Thank you so much to Amanda, Dan, Vandy, and Andreas for an exceptionally engaging and thought-provoking debate. We're commenting, I don't think we've seen such a large swing in any of the previous debates. So this was amazing. Thank you so much to CJ for being a spectacular moderator. We'll have a 20-minute break, actually 30-minute break, I believe. We'll be back at 11:40 Eastern. And yeah, see you in half an hour. The next debate on research in robotics is intrinsically a social good because we seek to solve the dull, dirty, and dangerous stuff. And one last comment, if you're enjoying this, we strongly encourage you to join the committee that organizes this. Send an email to roboticsdebates@gmail.com. Thank you all so much. See you at 11:40.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, this is inside here.
Yeah, but I think it's
Oh, yeah. But that's also like a few meters of feet. I don't know.
It's going up. Okay, we're trying to do that.
well, no, because I think it's taped down here. I mean, like you could, but I don't know what you're trying to reach. Like, I don't think you can get to that.
No, we
Just maybe the those two maybe.
might be easier to get the other one.
There might be like an AV table out here or like around the corner, like on that side.
we can
And then
ask
you
them.
could ask for another. You can ask for another lapel mic.
Yeah, so
yeah.
so one thing we can do is just keep the lapel mic, but just tell them.
Yeah, but
Like if you
having
get
one
one
from
for
for
each
each table,
table,
because
yeah.
I think the next debate we have 3 in person, and I don't know if the moderator is in person.
Yeah, we can move it around. I think. If we can get
If we can get another, we can get one for each table, and I think it's fine.
So next debate moderator is in person. Then the last debate.
Okay.
But the next debate we have 2.
Yeah, we have 4 in person actually with a moderator.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
But the moderator has a mic. So all we need is to move this one around.
our moderator shares the mic with the.
No, the mic that's on the stand. That's the one that they're using. But it's hard to move that because that's also quick.
Yeah, it's taped. So that you don't trip on the cables.
Also, like whatever we're saying is also picked up by
Yeah.
The monitor is like there.
Ah,
It's kind of,
okay, so I sit there.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like.
Yeah, so people can see. Okay,
I
okay.
think the 3-person people finished it, so it's a bit
Yeah.
easier.
Yeah, that's good.
There's 3 versions.
Wow, how did that go?
Yes.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so we're doing the polling. Actually, let me just set up my laptop.
Yeah,
I just wanted to check the polling.
Yeah.
To make sure I know when the polls are happening.
Hey, Federico, are you online?
No, I was gonna get back to
Yes, Federico, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. My gloves are off.
All right.
What?
Did somebody call my name?
Yeah, so when the debate finishes, it's 2 a.m. for them.
Yeah, oh.
I think you should,
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear us? You're muted, I think. Ayan, can you hear us? You might be muted. You're saying something. Aya? System at midnight. So the organizers introduce. John, you want a donut? Boston cream? Well, it's one of my favorites. There's a girl at the pink fire.
You sure?
Yeah, I was just saying.
You don't
No,
count.
I really don't. Okay, it's zero.
No,
No, it's free.
It's an air donut, right?
It's free. No,
Yeah.
everything.
Just spice it up. Whatever you want to do, yeah. Controversy.
I did not see any APT.
Around the
Yeah.
corner. I can feel it.
Hey, sorry, I just went for water. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Hi, Ann. Can you hear us?
Yep. Let me try my video. Yeah,
Perfect.
perfect. I hear you clearly, and I was watching the previous debate, so it was very fun to join this debate.
Yeah. To get you a good flavor of what the debates are. Yeah, we have some people. All of the other people are in person here for this debate, so it's a bit different. Yeah, we have John, the moderator, who's right there.
Cool.
Caught him at the wrong time. But
So you're on coffee break?
Yeah, for another 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, we're
So,
starting at 11:40.
40. Okay, so I'll also grab some cup of water and things, and I'll come back. I'll come back by 5 minutes before the debate starts.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool.
See you around.
Okay, see you soon.
I think there are a couple of questions in the chat.
Questions in the chat?
I want to check that. I see 5.
Yeah. I'm opening them on the other computer. So we're curating them. But then
Okay, so this is Slido, this stuff is good to go. I'm just putting Yes. Okay, just a poll. So the introduction will be you guys.
yeah, we have a look at videos.
Okay, great. And then Brian.
Yeah.
Then they do their opening arguments, right? Or I should have
Yeah, those things are, yeah,
okay.
it's just.
Yeah, okay. And then moderate discussion, that's me.
So you could do for against.
Okay. And then the final audience poll.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So, yeah, we might not chime in, but we might just share the screen. It's like different slides and all that.
So hard. This is good. Props to you guys. Yeah. That's virtual. First year was all virtual. Last year was virtual. So what you guys do? Chat rooms. The owl? Yeah. Was it actually?
It's just this stuff that is,
Yeah, so we get the. Okay, so it's actually very cool. Yeah, they have. So it's just like pushed around. It wasn't. That's okay. That's okay. That's all right. It's lunch. It's lunch. It's all I need for lunch. It's fine. And then we have 1 hour break. It's yeah. Yeah, yeah, we'll get to it earlier. Sure. We'll just have. Such as one word. Yeah. On the side that was actually there's one person down. Call it here. Give you a mulligan or something.
I'll keep them. Of course, they canceled my flight today.
What? Well, wait, what does that mean?
Oh, it's party.
Okay. Well,
it was a very nice steak,
They don't say anything. They just say the flight is canceled and we can't do it.
What? You can't.
Yeah. Like, I don't understand how this is okay.
That is not okay.
Did we get audio from Aya?
Yeah. Yeah, she said she would come back 5 minutes before.
Okay.
Yeah, great.
Oh, I think he was here.
John, go right.
Oh.
On the left, closed.
They were torn out all, like it really was, out of like every single stall. And, you know, when you were in the body, but like it was gone. It was the pipes. Oh, yeah, you can't throw it. So you don't know when were you supposed to go tonight?
7:30, why?
Tonight?
Yeah.
Well, now you get to party with us.
Wait, you're here?
What's that?
You're here?
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here.
What are you doing?
Well, I wasn't sure what time it was, so maybe hang out with the students later. And John Gamble. Yes. Okay, I'll be right back. 10 minutes. Where do you want it, at the table here?
The piece.
So you're moderating?
I'm not moderating. Yeah, we have moderator.
Well, just, nobody's standing here, right?
You don't have enough inputs.
We could get rid of this.
Yeah, you can get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I was saying is we could move that to here and I can give you one.
Oh, perfect.
And then
That'd be
two,
perfect.
and then the moderator could use this.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's another one there.
So
we could use this for the podium instead, and then.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
And then we'll use this one for the other table.
John, is that one gonna reach?
No, I'm gonna have to extend it here.
All right. So you'll be all right using that?
Yeah, the moderator should be fine.
Okay, and then the lavalier will be for one side, and then we'll have the tabletop for the other side.
Yeah, so that one we could just keep. Are we doing one mic here, one mic there? Or?
Yeah, we don't have another, well, I guess I could bring this, but we would lose. You don't need this one then.
That would still work, right?
No, we only can provide 3 microphones, so this can be one, and then.
Yeah, the problem is the levels on that are like very.
A little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So if we can, we can get rid of that.
So what I just want to see if we have another cable, and then I'll just extend that one for you right here. So the moderator would use this.
Use that.
Hey, check 1, 2.
Grab another cable. So I was hoping that one.
I'm gonna use this stand for that one, or?
Yeah.
The moderator's going to. It's just on.
You could use up there, and then also.
That one you can move
Does that mean we'd have 4 then?
There's only so many inputs.
So.
In the mixer, there's only 4 inputs.
Do we get the level of this like up there?
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah. So it seemed very low.
Hey, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe tweak it up. It sounds pretty good with me speaking into it, you know?
Yeah, the problem is like they're people virtual, so it's like this goes into this and.
Okay,
yeah.
well, I mean, it can only be so loud, you know, I mean, before it starts being.
Like this one is much louder than, and this one picks up fine virtually. That one, if it's a bit louder.
Okay, check 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's pretty loud. I mean, is there someone on the other end listening right now?
Yeah, you folks sound really good. Really good.
Really good.
Sounds great.
All right, whoever, speak like you won't be heard. It'll be good. You know what I mean? If you whisper, it comes out like a whisper.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much.
So then you can use that for if anybody wants to
Yeah.
speak up here,
Perfect.
and then for your moderator, you could hand it to them afterwards.
All right.
Hey, check, hey, why don't you turn this one up a little bit? This one's a little, this is the Q and A.
Go ahead.
Hey, check 1, 2, hey, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That sounds a lot better.
Really good on the stream as well.
Yeah.
Hey, check 1, 2. Yeah, there, that's the same one.
That's good.
Let me just use that tape. Yeah, that tape. I think we're good in here. I just want to tape it from there to here. You know what I mean? There's not going to be. I guess.
So do you? So if you want 2 there, it should be C again.
Yeah, there's gonna be one seat that's right.
We'll give it to you.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. It's like 1 mic, so once we're done with it, we'll give it to you.
Oh, it's there.
Yeah.
It's wireless.
Yeah, but we boosted up the volume. So
You see this? Yeah. Yeah. All right.
If we can do it, we do like the problem is mixer really has inserts.
yeah, and we have Ayang, who's virtual right now. Oh, let me bring the owl back on.
Oh, yeah, I don't. Can you hear me?
I'll give it to you.
Like I thought the owl was on. No, it's fine. Yeah, check. The only thing I can say it's the wrong side. It's not morning for.
Yeah, I think it's like really late for.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I'm checking on the fly. Yes, so we're gonna do, these guys will do the intro. And then we'll do all of us. And then.
That's all we do.
Yes, 5 minutes. Probably, I think we'll do, one side. One, two, 1, 2. Or I think,
I think we did 4 against 4 against.
Okay, 4
but,
against 4 against. Sure. Okay. We'll do 4
moderator
against.
can do whatever.
Yeah. Okay. 4 against 4 against. Okay. And then, yeah, then we have the moderator discussion. Sure.
Yeah, and towards the end we have like a debriefing. That's where you can say like, I didn't really believe it.
It's like this.
Like last time I felt like offside, and then decided who's.
Oh yeah.
And it was silent time, so the person you ask the question, pick the person you want to respond to.
Okay.
And you can do the other things.
Yeah.
And even like the sequencing of farm against the opening remark, closing remarks.
Okay.
He did all his part. We have lots of power.
Yeah, hey, thanks for doing this, folks. You know, this is kind of a weird format. We haven't.
And we actually have John to thank. He is the person that started.
Oh,
He and his
students, but you know, 2019 was much easier.
What a great idea.
There was talk of turning one of these debates into a instead of having one of the
That sounds great.
just 2 people. This is tough. I mean, not first.
So.
Or robots. It's like you're not
Oh, you already have the gloves. There you go. Seth Hutchinson here. I don't know if
What's that? Oh, it's like.
And got him too. Got him was like, oh, I'll do it.
Well, I told you, you've got Jeff Hollinger on that.
That's true, yeah.
I don't know, Jeff can be feisty. Actually, last year. Yeah. Yeah. I just find you folks by saying feel free to leave. Last year, we had a great, you know what, there's a lot of fascinating.
I do not see your point.
I
do not like mayonnaise and ham.
Yeah,
I do not like
This was the first debate also.
Yeah.
They gradually converged to the same thing.
Why? That's it. A professional relationship is over. I think so. Oh, it's.
All right. It's 11:40, so I guess we'll start out right now. Welcome to our second debate. I'm Sudarshan Suresh. I'm a PhD student at Carnegie Mellon.
And I'm Benoit Rosa. I'm from the ICRA France. So for our next topic, we'll venture into the realm of social justice and utility of what we do. So, lots of us as roboticists like to play with toys, robots, algorithms, which should or shouldn't be published as open source code, as we said just before. But there's always that fear that those could be misused in various ways. So there are a lot of discussions around military usage of robotics and AI that popped up over the last years. But our research potentially has impacts in other areas, many areas: industry, daily life, healthcare, care of elderly people. And it's often said that robotics should or maybe will replace jobs that are dull, dirty, and dangerous, which is a concept often known as the 3D of robotics. What we're trying to settle today is, what are the social impacts of such evolutions? Is it positive? So this is the question that we're going to debate now. And more specifically, the question today, if Federico can share the slide, is research in robotics is intrinsically a social good because we seek to solve the dull, dirty, and dangerous stuff. So before we begin our debate, we're going to have to ask you to go to Slido and vote on whether you agree or not. So there is a link and a QR code popping up. So please go and vote whether you agree or not now. So this is a pre-debate poll which is open right now. Okay, so while you're voting, we'll introduce the debaters. So to argue in favor of this resolution, we have as a remote attendant Professor A.M. Kim, who is since September 2021 an associate professor in mechanical engineering at Seoul National University. Before that, she was at the Korean Institute of Science and Technology for 7 years. And even before that, she obtained her PhD in mechanical engineering from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. She's leading the Robust Perception and Mobile Robotics Lab, and her research interests are perceptual robotics autonomy, for navigation, and spatial representation learning. Also, on the fourth side, we have here in the room Professor Monroe Kennedy, who is an assistant professor of mechanical engineering at Stanford University, where he leads the ARM lab, so the Assistive Robotics and Manipulation Lab. He received his master's and his PhD in mechanical engineering and applied mechanics from UPenn, so he kind of has a home field advantage in this room, actually. And his expertise is in collaborative robotics, specifically development of theoretical and experimental approaches to enhance robotic autonomy and robotic effectiveness in decentralized tasks towards human-robot collaboration.
I'll hand over to Sue for the against moderators.
Awesome, thank you. So for against here we have Professor Aaron Dollar. Aaron Dollar is a professor of mechanical engineering and computer science at Yale University, where he serves as the lead investigator of the Graph Lab. He earned a BS in mechanical engineering at UMass Amherst, an SM and PhD degrees at Harvard, and a postdoc at MIT, and is a recipient of a number of awards, including the Young Investigator Award from the AFO-SR, DARPA, NASA, and the NSF Career Award. His research focuses on robotic grasping and manipulation, electronics, assistive devices, prosthetics, and other actuated systems. So it's a mouthful. On the against team, also joining him, we have Professor Giuseppe Loiano, who leads the Agile Robotics and Perception Lab at New York University. Prior to NYU, he was a lecturer, research scientist, and team leader at the Grasp Lab at UPenn, who seems to be a recurring theme here. He received his BSc and MSc degrees in automation engineering from the University of Naples, and also later a PhD in computer engineering and robotics. His research interests are in field robotics, in the field of control, perception, sensor fusion, navigation, and mapping in unstructured environments, specifically for microwave vehicles. And finally, we have the longtime friend of the ICRA debates program, Professor John Kelly here as our moderator. John has been part of the debates since its inception, either in an organizing capacity and is currently a member of the advisory committee. He's an assistant professor at the University of Toronto Institute of Aerospace Studies and the director of Space and Terrestrial Autonomous Robotic Systems, or STARS Lab. He completed his PhD at the University of California under the supervision of Professor Douglas Wachman. His research is focused on robust multi-sensor perception for safe long-term operation in challenging environments. So with that, and no further ado, I'll give it up to John to take this over.
Okay, thanks everyone. Great to be here. Welcome to everyone online. So we're going to start the session with opening arguments from each side. That's 4 debaters, 5 minutes each. We just want to keep it clean, folks. So I've always wanted to say, let's get ready to rumble. So it should be good. So we'll begin on the 4 side, and that will be with Ayon. Kim, if you have 5 minutes to tell us your proposition on the 4 side, please go ahead.
Okay, you hope you can hear me okay? So, okay, so I think the robotics research is intrinsically good for social good, because many researchers oriented to comfort human, for example, autonomous cars, like drone deliveries or robot vacuum cleaners. Those are for all the comforts, but more regionally, I think the final goal or the final or ultimate goal of what all robot researchers want to achieve is that more at the automating some hard and dangerous stuff. I think the reason why I kind of support on that direction is maybe because of my research experience. Two of my research experience. The first one is when I was doing my PhD, I work on automating a robot for the ship hull inspection, and usually the ship needs to be periodically checked by underwater operators, and that's actually quite difficult job for humans to do, because the human divers can only go up to maybe 30 meters in underwater, and if you want to go beyond that, it's very dangerous for human to do. But many infrastructures are actually in underwater, and we need to inspect them and maintain them, and somebody has to do it. It's a very difficult job and also dangerous. If we can make the robots do that for us, that'll be really good. And the second experience that I have is during my when I was doing my when I was working as a assistant professor at the KAIST, at the civil engineering department, where we try to deploy the robots for the construction, site management, or many infrastructure inspections. Those jobs are also very dangerous, and I saw some hopes in kind of ultimate goal that we wanted to achieve toward that direction. So that's why I think on direction. The second reason is because I think we have different ability between human and robot. Like, for example, humans are really good at doing some more abstract job than the robot, but human feels very tired easily, and we feel difficulty for very dull and repeated and tedious jobs. But that's what the robots are really good at, I think. So I think in that sense, we have some complementary aspect in our abilities. So I think because of that fact, I think the robot can do really nice job for human by taking some jobs from dangerous and dirty and those stuff. I think I know some way the robot could be exploited in very dangerous way against the humans' comfort. But I think that's not the fault of the robotics researchers, but that's at the part of where the portion where when we use it. So in that sense, that's about some policy and political issues. That I think that if we can separate, think about it separately, and only thinking about more original research aspect, I think I would love to go for support this direction. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent. All right, so now we'll switch over to the against side, and perhaps we'll ask Professor Dollar to chime in on his opinions for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So every winter, what?
It's audible here.
Yeah, it's very loud. Sorry. All right. Every winter, I get in the mood to do a Lord of the Rings marathon. The extended edition, mind you, much better. And yes, these are 12 hours long, and yes, I do it every winter. And this year I was watching, and I was particularly noticing the scene where Sauron, the big evil eye, has called all of his armies to him from across the globe, and was starting to enter the battlefield, and all of the forces of good, the woodland elves and the hobbits are there on the battlefield, and at some point they hear a rumble, and they look up and see this enormous beast, a giant elephant with tusks, that's 50 stories high. The hobbits are like, soiling their little pantaloons, whatever. And it occurred to me, this beast, there's a big savage driving it, he's lashed to the thing, crazy eyes, muscular, driving it, swinging it one way, swinging it another, wiping out, a horde of elves, a couple of trees on this side. And on the back are a bunch of the savages, kind, the other humans and whatnot. And yeah, it occurred to me that this is a great analogy, of course, for the debate topic that we're discussing. And if it's not clear to you, I'll go into it a little more in detail. But this giant elephant-like beast that the savage is controlling, and this is automation. The controller of this beast, right? His name is capitalism. He's steering the giant automation beast to wipe out the forces of good, crush, pieces of the planet with every step, consuming all of the, natural environments around it, and riding on this beast named automation is humankind, and in particular, humans in the developing world, where we are going along with the ride, we're with our kinfolk. We're enjoying the benefits of this beast, consuming the planet. But nonetheless, we are there riding it, and we're consuming the planet at the benefit of or due to the ability of automation and robotics to speed consumption, make it easier and faster and cheaper for us to eat and consume the planet as we go. That's all I have to say.
Wow, okay, that's the first Lord of the Rings related analogy.
Really?
Yeah, in the debates, this is fantastic.
Wow.
Spicy. All right. Okay, so in response, Monroe Kennedy on the foresight might have some counter arguments to share for 5 minutes.
I don't have any movie references.
That's okay, it's all right.
So I have 4 points I'd like to make. Thinking about intrinsic versus intended good, I'm limited to coexistence and improved quality of life. So thinking collaboration versus replacement. I'm going to touch on the cost of progress is change. And then finally thinking about realism and its importance about the next step. So kind of jumping in, the statement itself, I want to defend, but I have a really big issue with the word intrinsic. Because if you imply that it's intrinsically good, this absolves roboticists from having to think about or take responsibility for negative impact that you might have, right? And so I think it's really important to understand that, for example, if you take bridges, right? Bridges have great positive social impact, but they're not intrinsically good. You have to put a lot of effort into making them safe for society, right? Even though they may be well intended. So likewise, I think, robotics is like most engineering, right? Humanity is just trying to, go forward as a species, and this is a really big stepping stone. We have to be very careful as we do that we may intend good, but that is not intrinsic, so we don't absolve ourselves from responsibility. The second is, coexistence and improved quality of life. So I think over the years, as robotics was continuing to develop, right, we were doing a lot in automation, and then autonomy, and then multi-robot systems and teams. And so we're able to address a lot of these dull, dirty, and dangerous tasks. And I believe a lot of those positions and jobs may, be useful for robots to do. And I think a big concern in society at large is this sort of fear of replacement. But I think if you look at the entire human experience, what you might find is that there are many other spaces beyond those dull, dirty, and dangerous tasks where there's a great paradigm for robots working alongside people. We're making them more capable to exist in human-based environments. So what would a society look like where these robots will be effective teammates existing with us and give us that brighter tomorrow, taking away those dangerous things, but yet improving, the world that we want to live in with robotics. Next is, kind of coming straight from that is that the cost of progress is change, right? If someone says, I don't want to, change the job I do, I like doing the shoveling of this, very dull task, maybe I want to continue that. But we've seen this actually, in our society already twice, that you can point your finger to in terms of the Industrial Revolution, where, you have workers transitioning from farms to factories in the, 1760 to like, the early 1800s, or the second Industrial Revolution as well. And if you actually look at the job market today, from the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the US in 2020, there are over 185,000 jobs that require programming experience. So we see ourselves on a verge of yet another revolution, but we've been here before, right? So the real task becomes, can we have government and other resources help retrain and re-educate society so that they can move easier into this new age that we find ourselves in. And finally, I'll speak to just, realism versus pessimism, right? So if you're pessimistic, right, I think it actually inhibits you from imagining a better world. Realism says that to be successful in this space, it's really important that you understand the risks that are involved and take careful steps to realize the world that you want to see.
Excellent, very strong. great. And so the statistics to back it up too. So excellent. Okay, so we will now turn it over to Giuseppe Loiano to follow up that argument.
Great. So I'm definitely against the statement, and I start with picking up on what Mauro said about intrinsically. So I think that's that's not the right word. That's completely wrong, in my opinion. Maybe I'm a bit exaggerating, but I want to touch base on, let's say, three main points that makes me feel that I'm against this kind of statement. The first one is on the usability, on how people. The second one is on how people perceive this kind of machine, and on the third one is on the safety aspects of these vehicles and robots. So the first one is usability. So there are two kinds of aspects here to take into account. So the first one is, it's always, we try to make certain things for good, try to do our best to, solve complex problems. That's our role. But certainly that we cannot control everyone in the world. So we may find someone that just, it's just crazy mind and intends to use this kind of machine for a different purpose than the good of the society. The second problem is that it's related on the usability is, we try to make robots that solve these problems, but at the same time, they're very difficult to use. So when you go into this kind of field, basically these robots kind of, the success rate, probably the real world deployment is still at an extremely lower rate, and it depends, many aspects that, research, but also on robustness, and so on. There is another aspect that's related to how people perceive these machines. So if you think about firefighters in New York City, they have something to, they want to use drones and so on. But at the same time, they have concerns from other folks that are not in the tech unit, that this is stealing jobs. So so you need to find a way to, give the possibility to people to explain or motivate the usefulness, and also if it is useful, the deployment of this machine. And some people may think it's just they're taking jobs, and you need to find counter arguments on the aspect that are convincing for these people. And then the last aspect is related to safety. So I think it's safety both for end user, but also for people that are deploying it. So you may basically run into corner cases that also relate a little bit to robustness, basically. So the deployment in the real world, that basically there is a failure, and then the person or the objects or the surrounding environment that you're trying to explore basically gets affected by this by the failure of the robot, which can cause if you have a drone, you have a LiPo battery, there might be a fire, or there might be some other kinds of problems related to the personal safety, but also for the person that is deploying the robot. That might be difficult because you may run into issue that the person loses control, or the operation doesn't work, and at that point it can make also the person feel uncomfortable in using this kind of device in the future.
Okay, thank you. Excellent opening arguments. All right. So now we'll move on to, we have about 15 or 16 minutes for some moderated discussion about the points that were just raised. And so I will check the online chat, but just before I do that, actually, one thing to mention, there are a couple of posts in the chat right now that have taken issue with the word intrinsically, so I'm interested that Monroe brought it up as well. what exactly intrinsically means, and yeah, so that's actually interesting. We can touch on that in a moment. What I did want to bring up first, and maybe I'll call on Aaron first, and then Monroe, and also Ayong and Giuseppe right afterwards. So there was an interesting point raised where Monroe said the cost of progress has changed, and Aaron noted that we're we are riding the capitalist beast. Out the Lord of the Rings. So, Aaron, maybe do you have any comments on whether we need to ride the capitalist beast to change that will ultimately result in things getting better, or is it just going to go? Are we going to end up with Sauron or something? In the take it away.
No. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to ride the beast. Obviously, technology and the history of technology has gotten us quite a ways from our hunter-gathering past, and you could argue whether we are better off now than as hunter-gatherers, but certainly a lot of aspects of our lives have improved. We're now able to inhabit areas of the planet that we could not previously. Yeah, I think that, I mean, the change has been for the good of humans. I don't think I'm going to argue that point so much, but I think it has come at an unnecessary, enormous cost. It's allowed us to, expand our population to 8 billion or something. We're about 8 billion now, right? We're all keenly aware of the problems with climate change and so forth. That's really due to the emissions caused by consuming the planet and using its energy and not caring for it so much. So yeah, I think change has happened and has been very good, but I don't really believe that most of us on the planet are in need of much more positive change. I mean, there's always inequality and things that happen and can be improved, but as a species, compared to other species, at least on the planet, human beings are pretty much all set.
Okay, all set. And Monroe, would you counter that? Change is both necessary and, progress is necessary, I should say. Further progress is necessary, and that we have to change, and capitalism we can.
I think particularly, existing in a capitalist society, I think the main thing here is the way things work is what's the priority? That's the question, right? If healthcare is not the priority, then there's disparity. If you look at countries where it is the priority and there is that kind of thing, usually, money, capitalism is a modality that expresses or is an expression of the priorities of that society, right? So I think, if you actually look back at, again, I look at our history and say, think about power. We moved from coal to fission, and we're on the brink, I think, hopefully, of fusion, right? You sometimes have to pass through these regions, hopefully quickly, right, to get to where you want to be. And you can't get there without investment. I think if you look at, funding that has traditionally been the case for academics over the past, 30 plus years, way back in the day, it was primarily government funding. But now you see companies realizing the value of a lot of research and putting their own money behind that, sometimes even looking far ahead, right? Even beyond what their current needs are, realizing that these problems will have significant social and business impact. So I think priority is the question, right? How can you make the things that you're doing, if there is social good in them, they need to be a priority. And if they are a priority, then hopefully you can find money to back that up. And where is the money, right? Is the money all in government? Is the money in companies that are taking social responsibility? So if they are, and we hope they are, and we've been asking them to, then this is a perfect expression of that. And the question is, can we find a stable ecosystem that works? And as far as, thinking about, the consuming of, the planet, I think it's absolutely very important, thing. And I always don't necessarily equate capitalism to that kind of destruction of Earth. I think, again, if I go back to the coal, fusion, fission, right? There's definitely, a scenario where there's irresponsibility, but take responsibility. I think we can decouple capitalist goals from planetary destruction. I think that that's a very important distinction to make. And as I think academics and front thinkers in this space, I think it's part of us to start those discussions on how technology should be moving in a positive way. We hope and think and want it to, so we can have that net global positive impact.
Thank you. Excellent response. All right. Okay, so maybe I'll just shift gears slightly, not to not give Ayon or Giuseppe a chance to chime in on that, but Giuseppe raised an important point, and Ayon also alluded to it about safety of these systems. So maybe if Giuseppe wants to comment, dull, dirty, dangerous, perhaps good, but is it too much of a risk? Maybe.
Yeah, it's too much of a risk from two perspectives. So your system may just, be not robust enough for this kind of operation and make things worse. Imagine you are expecting a breach and you're trying to inspect and your drone crashes and then you have fire after that. So what do you do? So you were trying to do something good, and then after a bit, that's something that it's worse than before. And the second thing, it's safety related to the how to make this system intrinsically safe. So this system, anyone can try to install something on it, or do a remote access and try to trick the system, try to insert some malware inside, and then the functionalities then are completely switched. And how do you prevent this kind of this kind of events happening? And I don't think we're yet there. There is lots of research to be done, and there is always someone, where in capitalist work, there's always someone that's may try to do that for his own financial advantages. And in the end, we need to find ways to protect and make this machine safer and better. It's not only about ethics, but it's also how we intrinsically at this point make them safer and much more reliable and not accessible to and intrinsically basically preventing the ability to do wrong actions.
Okay, excellent. Ayon, if you have comments on the for side, do you think we're safe enough, especially for dull, dirty, dangerous, or have we already achieved that bar?
Yeah, I think the COVID has some effect on that part, especially for worldwide. We couldn't really secure some job position because like shops are closing suddenly and things are so changing. And for that part, I think the robotics research has proven some possibilities, like how to keep some safety for the society, but at the same time, not really damaging the humans' work or the life. Like for example, the serving at the shops or some restaurants where human cannot work as a server, robot could replace some of the work, but having the managers who is safely working inside the restaurants, but interfacing with the clients with the robots, that has proved some of the possibility. I know there are many things we have to work on to improve, especially like security issue, that kind of thing. We should definitely work on that. But I think we have some possibility. It proved the possibility in that sense.
Okay, very interesting. Okay, so I'm just popping over to the chat and poll now. I'm not quite able to take all of the questions, but there were some actual great ones. So maybe we'll I'm going to switch over to Giuseppe actually on the against side. There's one important comment in the chat amongst many that says effectively, if you have robots that are doing dull, dirty, and dangerous jobs, are you displacing individuals and is it better to have robots doing the dull, dirty, dangerous stuff and people having no jobs at all? Or should we keep the robots doing the dull, dirty, dangerous stuff? So effectively, like, is it worth sacrificing jobs in the near term?
I don't think we're sacrificing jobs here. We're just, redefining competencies. So maybe someone that before was doing some kind of, job that was, repetitive, now it's not gonna do that job anymore, but it's gonna do some more technical level job to maybe fix the robot if, or an algorithm if the algorithm breaks or if the robot breaks. I mean, so that's what I honestly believe. Of course, to do that, you need to invest in the human resources. So that means that you need to try to, invest in new kind of, ways of giving these people new background, new competencies to address this kind of, let's say, different problems. Maybe they are happier as well because they don't do anymore the same thing over and over, but they just learn something new.
Perhaps we'll turn it over to Monroe just to be an advocate for progress.
So I think to that very point, right? Whenever I'm teaching my students about robotics, I always start them off with the overall mission of our field, which I believe is to improve human life, right? So if you're not improving people's lives, then you can't do. So if someone's life is at risk, in a dangerous task, my goal to improve their life is to eliminate or mitigate their risk. I think the second piece here is, particularly for the dull aspect, can also be efficiency. So, I'm trying to figure out a perfect way to work in vertical farming, which is very exciting to me. You can use artificial intelligence to help actually magnify the amount of food you can make and possibly open up new avenues on the planet where you can grow and provide that type of food. If AI robotics is able to actually serve as a big stepping stone toward addressing something like world hunger, which is efficiency and handling something that could be potentially dull and dirty, then why not, right? Why not take that step forward that has that positive impact? And so, thinking about displacing an individual versus not doing something at all, I think, again, people aren't going anywhere. We're here, right? The question is, what are we doing with our time? I bring up in some of my talks Star Trek. All the students don't know anything about the series. It makes me very sad. But growing up, I loved to watch Star Trek, particularly like the Next Generation. They paint a picture. Our life follows art. They paint a picture of a society where there may not be these types of issues in terms of like food and things like that. We want to move toward this type of immensely positive society. We need to think about those steps that we need to take, and then possibly even one day redefining what it means to be human. You don't have to do the dull, dirty, and dangerous thing. You can spend your time doing what you love.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to take one more question that's been uploaded in the chat, quite a bit actually, and maybe we'll start with Ayam. It's a question of accessibility. Arguing on the foresight, dull, dirty, dangerous. The question in the chat is, robots seem to remain only accessible to people who can afford them, and not those who are really most in need of the technology. So if we're only able to do dull, dirty, dangerous things for people who can afford to offload to robots, is that okay, or do we need to do more to perhaps balance the equation?
Yeah, so that's actually a good point. I actually had this argument with a taxi driver when I was traveling to somewhere, and he was asking if the autonomous driving is on the world, and he will be losing the job, and he was talking about that kind of thing. But during the conversation with him, we realized that like long time ago, maybe, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 years ago, there was a job who was, I wanted to call somebody, I have to call to some kind of center, and there was a lot of people working. And if I say them, I want to maybe call to University of Pennsylvania, and then he or she changed the number somehow and connects to the person, like connector. I don't know the exact name of that job, but we don't do that anymore. So what I want to say is, like, for now, at instant time, those accessibility might be more to reach people. Yeah, but like gradually in the end, like an infrastructure and a service, like for the community, like a phone call, we don't, it's a kind of system that now everybody uses, and we don't think that job is needed anymore. So I think eventually the robots will be more gradually accessible to people, like in the restaurant or some services, not only to the rich people. But I see the point why the question like this came up, because now the robot vacuum cleaners or the robot service robots are quite expensive. But I think if that is part of the infrastructure, and I know people are trying to develop some kind of market that rent the robot to customers or restaurants or some facilities. So I think there will be some kind of things like that will be developed in the future to alleviate this kind of issue. That's what I think.
Okay, thank you. So this brings up a great opportunity for Aaron to chime in about the potential evils of capitalism and the fact that maybe this will never trickle down, and only the rich will have access to offloading.
I'd just like to start by agreeing with the poster that everything that Young and Cameron has said, Monroe, has said is completely wrong. So yes, I'm full agreement of that. But no, really, yeah, it is a problem, and I do think that here in the developed world, we are, sitting and getting fatter and fatter on the backs of our robots and automation and so forth, while the rest of the world, gets more and more unequal. I don't think capitalism is necessarily going to swing in the way that's going to help address this. I'm not exactly sure how this should happen, but yeah, in some way, I feel like, if you really want to conserve the planet, I mean, if you sit here and think about the standard of living that we have here as rich Westerners, and think about trying to bring the rest of the world up to the standard, it's going to require consuming much more of the planet. And in some way, the only way we're going to really reach equality, if that's the goal, is to somehow reduce our standards of living, and maybe robots can make things more efficient and so forth. And not, despite the tough stance I have here, I'm not 100% against robots. I am a robotics researcher, but yeah, I think we're going to have to, start to live more humbly in order for this to work. But I'm not, policy and making these things work in that kind of way are really complicated. I'm not sure if that's going to
Okay, thank you. Just before we turn it over to Monroe for a response, this does remind me of the movie WALL-E a little bit. WALL-E. Maybe, hopefully, we're not heading in that direction too soon. Monroe, you got a response?
Yeah, I think just because of the city that we're in, I think this is a particularly contextual good point here that, at the University of Pennsylvania, for those who are here, you can go to I think it's the Levine or Skurkanich building. There's a floor to ceiling computer. It's the ENIAC computer. It's one of the first ones. My mother actually studied here at Penn in the electrical engineering department back in the day, and she remembers having to have a punch card get in, and everyone had just a little bit of time on these really big machines. Today, I have a computer that is more powerful than that in my pocket. And today, in most countries, you may not have the resources. Most people actually have a computer that is more powerful than the original ENIAC in their pocket. So I think it all comes back again to priorities. And, you know, can we move forward and not put our energy in the right places so we can solve these problems to make it accessible? I think it just sets an interesting precedent that this is something we can do. And it's mind-boggling to think that this has all happened on the span of time that it actually has. So if we continue to make these advances, we might be looking at this sort of exponential increase rate. And it may not take as long as we think for many of these advances to become accessible, particularly if we prioritize accessibility in our research questions.
Okay, excellent. We'll then turn it over to Giuseppe to respond potentially to the prospect of making things accessible.
Yeah, I think it's all a matter of priority. Moreover, just saying we're in our pocket device that's more powerful than ENIAC that's in the past. So, but this device has a cost, right? So if people can afford this kind of device, maybe they can afford a robot, right? So I mean, basically, what I'm gonna say is that people have to redefine their priorities. Where again, this capitalist world. And people like commodities, so maybe they, at some point they need to realize that it's there needs to be an investment in this area, and they buy a robot. And let's be honest, the robots are now $200-300 maybe. They're gonna become cheaper and cheaper if you see the Amazon problem. So basically, I am against this statement that it's only accessible only to. And what I'm saying is that it's if people can afford the phone, definitely they can afford the robot, at least the mobile one, basically. So then, of course, I mean, if you want to solve bigger issues, then it's another economy of scale. But at that point, you don't need to compare anymore population, but you need to start to compare at the macro level. That's countries, basically, and that's different story.
Okay, yeah, very good point. Excellent. Okay, so we're just at the end of the moderated discussion. Thanks for all the excellent discussion points raised on both sides. So now we'll move to the closing remarks. That's 2.5 minutes for each debater, and we'll go in the same order that we started with. So, Ayang, if you'd like to close for 2.5 minutes with your final thoughts.
Okay. Yeah. It was great to participate in this kind of debate. It's first time for me to joining this kind of debate. It was very fun, and I really like some of the words from Aaron, the Hobbit. It was fun, but I think I know it's kind of a sword with the two faces. Like it could harm people, but at the same time it could advance people, good for people. It's the sword, like the same expression that around it. It's the human who's riding on that elephant. So it's the human who will be using the robot, and we will be the one who decide how to use this robot in the society and how we can make the robot accessible to more people, and make it work as a good for the human. So I will be working, I think, as a robot researcher, I will be working toward this ultimate goal to make the robot to solve some hard work for us, doing the dull, dirty, dangerous job for us. That's what I hope the robot to achieve and for the human to achieve. Yeah, and that's it. I think it was a great time to participate this debate. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Aaron, you have 2.5 minutes to share your final opinions on the your arguments.
Thank you. So I was watching Dune recently, and the Dune. Yeah, to stay on the against side, I guess it's a convenient and nice idea to think about robots doing the dull, dirty, and dangerous side of things. I'm not so sure that we really should be automating the dull and the dirty tasks. Dangerous, there's much more of an argument along those lines. But I think it has been, primarily in the service of making people more and more comfortable. And I don't think we necessarily need to be more comfortable. I think we have, as much as we need. And so we just have to make sure that at some point we become Legolas and we jump up, on the tusk of the giant beast, and we slay the capitalist driver, and we take control again of the beast and make sure it doesn't destroy the remaining parts of the planet that it hasn't already destroyed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Although I must say, I kind of like those pods at Wally that if you around from anyway. Okay, Monroe, final thoughts on the floor side for 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I think thinking, toward our original problem statement, I think again it's the replacing intrinsic with intended social good. I think the questions we as researchers need to ask ourselves are: who will our work impact, and will the performance of our work be equitable for those who are impacted? So this is very close to problem searching. You're asking who cares when I do any type of research, and you think about who this will impact. Will the performance be based on, for instance, protected characteristics of those individuals? So how can you make sure that there's equity in the way that it performs and that it's having that net social good? So the follow-up part to that is then to say, as researchers, we need to be thinking about what stage of our research should we begin taking responsibility for its potential impact. And I think the answer to that is as early as possible. If the end use is unknown, then those who could potentially be affected should be considered. And the last piece is, I think research and social impact is not an open loop problem, it's a closed loop problem. Right? We do our best to anticipate how they'll be used and that impact, and we do our best to make that as positive as possible, and then we put that forward and it has use that could be positive or negative. And then as researchers, we close the loop and robustify that to hopefully increase and maximize the social good that our systems were intended to have.
Okay, just happy on the against side.
Yeah, so just to still be on the against side, the main issue is that this kind of system are definitely intrinsically not safe. So you can't really use them for doing this kind of operations of dirty and dangerous stuff. They are intrinsically not safe for different reasons. So the first one is basically that they have some failure cases so they cannot solve everything. So this can put in danger both the end user and also the person that are actually operating them. And then they can basically there are ways that people can use in bad ways this kind of system, and we're already seeing it. And or they can simply, they are running very well, but at some point someone hacks the system, and then it becomes, a sort of, a weapon. So it's something that's not proper. And so that's basically, I don't think that, we are at the stage yet that we can claim that these robots are intrinsically made for good and solving this kind of dirty things. And it's both on, we need to work both on the ethics, and we need also to work on the aspects that are related to making this system intrinsically technically safe.
Okay, excellent. Very strong points on both sides. All right, so we have two more pieces to the format this afternoon. So the first thing we'll do is we'll get an update on the audience poll. So I think the organizers will.
Yeah, Federico is doing it back. So once it's there, yeah.
Okay, would you folks like me to read the poll results? Okay, all right. So.
No, he'll share.
Oh, okay, super. About 5 minutes for polling updates. We'll see how if anything changed as a result.
And we can do the debrief like simultaneously.
Okay, sure. Do you want to start the simultaneous? Okay, so this is the fun part. Well, hopefully it was all fun. But so now, obviously we had two opposing sides. Now we have about 15 or 20 minutes for folks to share their true thoughts on this. And so we'll go maybe in reverse order. So Giuseppe, if you want to start.
Sure. I mean, of course, I mean, we work to make this machine accessible to everyone, starting from a research perspective as well. If you think about it, I mean, we are trying to, most of the work in our community is open source. So this is a way, in my opinion, to make, these kind of things, not preventing anyone about using them in the right way. We try always in our work to, stress that the usage is, especially for mobile robots that I'm working on, but also for industrial robots, basically to, solve complex problems. That's the ultimate goal. And we need to find ways, to convince people, especially non-educated people, on how this can be beneficial for the community and for the life of people. And these robots are not stealing definitely job. They are just making things better. And it's a way that people will redefine their competency. So it's not about the robot is now being the server in the restaurant. I lost my job. No, I probably do something else that's probably more stimulating as well, rather than going back and forth and do repetitive tasks. So that's my main opinion on this aspect.
Okay, thank you. So what I think I'm hearing is that although you argued very successfully against, you are actually a 4 category person on the 4 side. Excellent. So well done, sir. Good poker face. I remind me not to play poker against you. All right. Monroe, do you want to share your thoughts?
I think I'm pretty aligned with everything I had to say. It came straight from my heart.
Okay, so no further. Yeah, no, it's excellent. Yeah, you had some stats. I had a feeling that you might be actually arguing for the side you felt strongly about in the real world, actually. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Aaron, I'm hoping there's another analogy to a film.
I like movies. No, I do think that there has been a lot of positive aspects of robotics, and many of us are working on things that do actually have a lot of good to society and medicine and all kinds of aspects of things. I am against in certain ways because I do feel like automation, it really does speed our ability to consume, making things cheaper and faster and so on and so forth, which isn't an intrinsic bad, but certainly has a lot of potential to be that. At the very least, it removes us from seeing those direct impacts to the planet, even one step further, as we move out of these more manual, hands-on types of roles. We can sit in our air-conditioned homes or our Wall-E little chairs and so forth, and really be completely out of touch with what's really happening down at the bottom level. And I think there's a big danger there. We can order pretty much anything with one touch of our phone, and we are only getting that because we're going to have robots who will be filling those orders for us because we're doing so much of it that there's not enough labor in order to do those kinds of things. So I think there's an intrinsic problem there. If we don't even have enough people to fulfill our consumption needs and require automation to do it, we're riding.
Excellent, very, very good. So it's almost you're straddling the fence, I would say. But very, very well said. Very well said. Okay, Ayaan, any thoughts on your true position on the topic?
Yeah, actually, I used to be on the 4 side, but these days it's very sad to see things easily go to the bad side easier than the good side, that people actually it. But I hope at the end, maybe 20 years later or 30 years, 10 or 20 years later, I hope that people say, oh yeah, 20 years ago, human had to probe and like that, thinking because I think the driving itself maybe can be considered as a dull job when the autonomous driving is become a common. Yeah, so I was actually in neutral side these days, but I want to go for foresight in the rest of my research career. Yep, thanks.
Excellent. Okay, well said. We do have just a few more minutes, so I was actually just going to touch on one thing just before we do this. Sorry, Karthik's telling me, just before we do the polling results. There was something that Monroe mentioned actually. It's been in the chat and it's been upvoted. The word intrinsically that we had in the topic. Is that the right word? And if not, I think Monroe suggested changing it. What would you change it to? So just open dialogue for anyone who wants to take a stab.
Perhaps intended.
Okay, so maybe intrinsically implies things that we may not necessarily want to imply. Intrinsically is maybe a loaded term that we should reconsider. Okay, excellent. So I think we can now move on to the poll results and see if the sides were swayed in either direction. Oh, and now I have to interpret these plots. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so before we had 41% disagreeing and 29% agreeing on the for side. And then, so after, wow, we have a stronger.
Was that Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, it seems like Lord of the Rings.
The language of the audience.
Lord of the Rings and Dune have won out. That's very interesting. Okay, so yeah, very interesting results. So thanks to everyone in the audience who voted. I will note that we didn't lose. Interestingly, we didn't lose too much of the agree folks potentially. What happened is that it seems like we swayed the undecided voters. Interesting. You guys consider politics. next year, next time, yeah, next election. That's right. It's coming up. All right. So, excellent. Okay, so I think that's we're just a little bit ahead of schedule, which is fantastic. So, I'd love to thank all of the debaters. Thank you so much for taking the time and for the great both analogies and very cognizant arguments for the for and the against side. It's always hard to argue for something when you may be feeling internally conflicted. So we appreciate it. And just as a note, this is the second debate. Today, there is one more coming up at 2 p.m. Right? So we'll take a 1 hour, just a little more than a 1 hour lunch break. And then please do come back either in person or online for the last debate of ICRA 2022. All right. So thanks again. We can just give everyone a clap.
I have prepared some closing remarks, which are basically the same as John's. So I'm just saying one more thank you to John for moderating this.
Absolutely, yes, thanks, John.
And again, we have a 1 hour break. There are some people in the room who are interested in organizing the next debates. Please come see us. Please send emails, and we'll be in touch. Thank you. See you in the next debates at 2 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah. Thank you, and I gotta go to bed now, and I hope you have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
Yep, bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Sabine.
Hey, Sabine, can you hear us?
Yeah, all good.
Excellent. Should we get you closer to the mic? You're a little low. Can you talk again?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little low in the volume.
Okay. Usually it's fine. I can speak up a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, actually, it's not too bad. I like we are hearing it. It's good.
Okay, I'll try to speak up.
Okay. We have the in-person people. We'll check on Carol.
Great. Is it the break now?
Yeah. We had spirited 2 debates and lunch break.
Good. Okay.
Hopefully it's not too late for you.
No, I have another meeting from ICRA after this, so
Oh, I see. Okay.
it's not the last thing. Mhm. All right, I'll mute and take my camera off until we're closer to the time.
Sounds good. Yeah.
You get shots. No, yeah. It might not be.
So I would say I did it here. So far. So much. John, how long? That is, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. A little longer. Yeah. 1 minute, 1 meter. It's not at that level. Yeah. Well, maybe. I think that's why. So every freaking. Yeah, right after. Yeah. Right after. Yeah, that's something that I said. And then every Friday, we did whatever. So Friday was always hybrid. Saturday sometimes. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Monday, Tuesday.
Carol, can you hear us? Carol? Carol, can you hear us? Is he muted? Oh, so audio is not there. Carol, you might have to reconnect. Oh, I think I said reconnect, so maybe disconnected.
Yeah.
And Francesco is not here. Hey, Carol.
Hello. Hi, Karthik.
Perfect. The audio is coming through well. Nice to have you. We're just waiting for one more person, and we will start in 10 minutes.
All right. Do you have the link to Slido? Karthik, do you have a link to Slido?
It appears on the screen now.
Yeah, it's on the screen. It's also on the web page of the conference. It's also on the workshop web page.
Karthik, can you hear me well there? Karthik?
All right, how are you?
Carol, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Hey, Sylvia.
Hello.
Carol.
Yes.
Best view is probably the web page of the workshop. If you go to Robotics Debates, there's a live stream and there's the questions on the left side.
Yeah, okay.
And they'll get upvoted. So we moderate the questions. So they, but the upvote one. So you can pick the questions from there, or you're welcome to ask your own questions. One thing you should do is when you pick people who you want to respond. Because in the first debate, there was some confusion. You say far side and people are waiting on who will respond. So just pick people and balance how much time you give each person.
Okay, sounds good.
That's in the second 20 minutes, right? So the Q&A. The first
That's the second
opening
20
remarks as well. Oh,
Okay,
Francisco's here.
I will have a stopwatch.
Hello.
Hi, Francisco.
Hey, Francesco.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
It's a little light, but we can hear you, Francisco.
Okay, excellent. I'm switching to my headphones, so perhaps it will be better.
Francisco, while you're fixing it, we are not expecting you to do any slides. It's all oral.
Well, I have some. I have some to pitch my point. If that's okay.
Francesco came in ready.
Okay. I mean, it's a little not fair for the in-person people because they can't share slides.
Okay. So let me try with the headphones first. Can you hear me now?
Still a little low, but we can hear you.
Oh, interesting. I can try to go in the settings. Let's start first. If I can try to share the slides. I know there's no need to, but still.
I think it will override our slides.
Yeah, it looks like. Let me see. Oh yeah, now
I stopped sharing, so you could go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Looks great.
Came prepared.
I know.
Extremely prepared.
Francisco, you're muted. Francisco, you're muted. I know you're saying something.
By the way, Carol.
Oh, I see. Did you mute him?
Carol, to clarify, there was a little confusion in the previous debate. There is a section for closing remarks, and then there is a section afterwards of debrief. So the people should only reveal their real intentions in the last part. So when they give the closing remarks, it's still in character of the debate. So it's just concluding their remarks for the debate. They only should reveal it after the poll.
And the poll, I assume that I am the one presenting the poll.
Yeah, so Federico will put it on the screen once the results are in, but you will just go over it with the debaters.
Okay. Francesco, is that Theranos on your slides?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Yes, it is. It's unfair, but that's Theranos. Yes.
This is going to be great. Okay.
Okay, so now you can hear me. I just need to stop sharing my audio on the slides whenever I want to share my audio. Anyway, I can fix it. The only thing that I need to fix is now my microphone, apparently. So let me try to do that.
Frank,
we can hear you well.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yes.
Yeah, no, we can hear you. Can you just, all of you, just pronounce your names so I make sure that I introduce you correctly the way you want to? So Sabine.
Okay, I'm the one. Francesco.
Okay.
Sabine, Howard, like Howard with a T.
All right. Carol Hausman.
Yeah, Carol Hausman.
I don't know. Should we speak on the sides or should we do it? Then we don't get our own microphone.
Yeah. So actually, our two debaters in support of the argument are virtual, and the two against are in person.
Yeah, it's
the moderator's remote.
Should we be muting ourselves when we're not talking?
Okay, can we move the? Okay, right. We can still have one mic.
Me and Sylvia will give a quick introduction, and and then we'll invite you to.
Right, but should we be muting ourselves when we are not talking? Does it help?
If there is no background noise, I think that you can keep it on.
I have the remark also.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
She'll be out of here.
I had one more question for the polls. Should I present the results of the polls before the debate? Because there is the initial audience poll.
I think they're all presented at the end.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
You present everything in the 5 minutes before the debrief.
Sounds good. Hi, Anchor and Annie. Nice to see you.
I think you said something we couldn't really hear you very well. That's us thinking.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I remember. Hi, Carol. Hi, Sylvia.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Francesco.
Hello.
You can turn this to them.
They should have 360 view, right?
Yeah. No, turn as in you can control.
Oh, you can actually like hit somewhere? Oh, that's cool. And we had one of those. It's so annoying to try to get to work the way.
I just bought it like for this thing.
Oh, is that right?
And, yeah.
Oh, I thought the conference.
We asked and they said something about unions and AV system and I was like, okay, I guess.
Oh.
I asked the workshop organizers, they're like, Philadelphia unions told us we cannot have our own food because if
Oh, you're
so this thing does it smartly and so it's not true anymore.
Can you go speaking to the mic just to make sure the virtual people can hear you?
Sure. Can you guys all hear me remotely? This is Encore.
Yes. Okay.
Sounds good. You may want to be slightly closer, but it's intelligible.
I can totally do that. Is this better? I can also just talk about it.
It's pretty good. It's intelligible.
Well,
Maybe you can just move the microphone closer to you.
And tell this is going to be entertaining already. Ani?
Okay, so this is Ani. How is this? Should I get closer?
Can you just move the microphones closer to you if they're just on the table?
1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Way better.
Okay, I'll make sure I am close to the microphone. I just be like on top of it.
I've been told when you're giving talks, you have to like eat the microphone.
Yeah.
That is the distance that you want to be to get the right clarity. Is the audio going through the owl as well? Like we talk into this, it goes to speakers, and speakers are picked up at that?
It's like just picking up ambient noise.
Right,
They don't
okay.
know where to directly monitor it right now.
I see, okay.
That's the best we can do for now.
Oh yeah, that's not producing other.
I know, yeah, I think this is good.
This is good, yeah.
This is good. Otherwise I'll see the back of my head.
This way we can make eye contact and stare you down.
All right, welcome back. I will hand it over to Sylvia and Ken for the introductions. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me well over there. Welcome to our final debate of the workshop and of today. My name is Ken Elimelech. I'm a postdoc research associate at Rice University.
And I'm Sylvia Herbert. I'm an assistant professor at UC San Diego.
In the previous two debates, our speakers have touched on how interests from governments and industries impact the dissemination and direction of robotics research. For the third and final debate of the workshop, we will explicitly focus on this role of industry in robotics research. Making robots that work in an operational environment, being either a factory, a surgical theater, an agricultural field, or an open road, is a driving objective for many of us. Partnering between academic labs and industry can lead to advancements in both robotics research and applications.
In recent years, big technological companies such as Facebook, Amazon, and Google expressed a growing interest in the fundamental robotics research topics, the same topics that were previously only reserved to the academic world. With a huge financial investment, these companies have established independent research groups, which make tremendous discoveries and shape today's research agenda. At the same time, these companies also invest large funds in academic research through grants, awards, conference sponsorship, and by hiring academics as part-time affiliates. Is it all just a part of a big plan to protect the financial interest of these companies? Does this industrial research actually help drive the field forwards? Should academics collaborate with these companies? To settle all these questions, let us now debate whether the investment and involvement of industry giants in academia is positive. And maybe we can see it on the screen. So I'll repeat that. So our topic for this final debate is whether the investment and involvement of industry giants in robotic research in academia is positive. And I remind you again that before we begin the debate, please go to the Slido, and the link is right here, so you can vote on your opinion. I'll give you a moment to do that. All right, so luckily we have a fantastic group of debaters to help us settle this argument today. And first, arguing in favor of this statement, I'm excited to introduce Francesco Nori, who is a senior research scientist at DeepMind in London, and the current head of the DeepMind Robotics Lab. He's also currently coordinating a Horizon 2020 project on human-robot interaction. Beforehand, Francesco led the Dynamic Interaction Control research line at the Italian Institute of Technology, and was one of the main contributors to the ICRA project. His research interests seamlessly span robotics and artificial intelligence, with applications in both manipulation and locomotion. Welcome, Francesco. Hello.
Thanks a lot. I came prepared. So what I'm trying to do now is sharing my screen and go through a few.
So we'll get to that in a moment. We'll just introduce the rest of our panel. So if we can go back to our slides. All right, so to accompany Francesco on the supporting side, I'm also pleased to welcome, also from the UK, Sabine Howard, who is an associate professor of swarm engineering at the University of Bristol. Her research focuses on making swarms for people and across scales, from nanorobots for cancer treatment to larger robots for environmental monitoring. Before joining the University of Bristol, Sabine engineered swarms of nanoparticles for cancer treatment at MIT and deployed swarms of flying robots at EPFL. Sabine is also president and co-founder of RoboHub.org and executive trustee of allhub.org. And these are two nonprofits dedicated to connecting robotics and AI communities to the public. So welcome, Francesco and Sabine, and I will now invite Sylvia to help me introduce the rest of our panel. Sylvia.
All right, so now to spice things up and argue against the resolution that the investment and involvement of industry giants in academia is positive, we have Ankur Mehta, an assistant professor at UCLA. Ankur runs the Laboratory for Embedded Machines and Ubiquitous Robots, where he works on printable robots, rapid design and fabrication, controls algorithms, and wireless sensor networks. He is a Samueli Fellow and the recipient of an NSF Career Award. Arguing against on this topic with Ankur is Professor Ani Shea. Ani is an associate professor at UPenn and deputy director of the GRASP Lab. She also leads the Scalable Autonomous Robots Lab, which explores fundamental research problems that lie at the intersection of robotics, nonlinear dynamical systems theory, and uncertainty. Her work focuses on how robots interact with their environments and how the environment can be leveraged as an energy reservoir for robots. Ani is the recipient of the Owen R. Young Investigator Award and NSF Career Award. We're very excited to have Ankur and Ani spice up this debate and defy the argument that the investment and involvement of industry giants in academia is positive.
And finally, to moderate the debate, I would like to also welcome Carol Hausman, who is a senior research scientist at Google Brain and an adjunct professor at Stanford working on robotics and machine learning. He is interested in enabling robots to autonomously acquire general purpose skills with minimal supervision in the real world. He received his PhD in computer science from the University of Southern California and master's from the Technical University of Munich. When he's not debugging robots at Google, he co-teaches the Deep Multitask and Meta Learning class at Stanford. So Carol, the stage is yours.
Hello, thank you, Ken. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you for having us. I'm a big fan of the Robotics Debates workshop. I watched the previous editions. I think this is a wonderful workshop, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion. The topic is particularly close to my heart as a member of Google Brain. So the topic that we'll be discussing today is the investment and involvement of industry giants in robotics research in academia is positive. We'll start with the opening remarks. But before we do that, please remember the polls are open, so please cast your votes. We'll cast them again after the debate and see who won. But more importantly, we all want to learn something new about the topic today. All right, so let's start with maybe Francesco Nori, who came in prepared. So Francesco, if you want to share your slide and argue in favor of our statement, let me repeat that. The investment and involvement of industry giants in robotics research in academia is positive.
Thanks. I really like the topic of the debate, so I came prepared, even too excited, sharing the slides a little bit too early. Anyway, I focused on a few words on the topic of the conversation of the debate, and I will start by discussing specifically about industry, academia, and government. And I really like the view of Yuval Harari on the topic. If you haven't read the book, I really recommend you to read this amazing book because it's a nice perspective on the history of humankind. And I think what is the message that I really like about this book is that industry, academia, and governments, they're all just fictional stories that we tell ourselves in order to be able to collaborate in millions. So when we look at industry giants, as I'm assuming some of the counter debater will do, as the evil that is just looking for business and not caring about us, it's important to keep in mind that this is the result of what we are. And the industry, like governments and academia, they're all ways for us that we agreed upon in order to collaborate in big scales. And therefore, it's not the right approach to look at academia as the good thing and as governments or democratic governments as the good thing to follow, and to look at the industry as the bad. Because as I said, they are part of the society. We need to live with them. They are with us. They will ever stay with us. So we better think of them as a way for us to cooperate more than actually the evil and the bad. And the second point that I want to focus on is that I hope we all agree that investment in robotics research is good, at least because we are in the right conference for discussing this. So we'll not discuss this, and I will assume that all the applications that we have in mind where we could help people in complicated situations, in dangerous situations, in working environments is a good investment for us. One important bit, and I'm sure that we will discuss this a lot, is that the involvement of industry might be a little bit peculiar to discuss. For sure, industry is putting a lot of pressure on the research scientists that they fund. There's definitely more business-driven kind of approach. But I also want to argue that this is a good drive, and that people can really get this drive in the right direction and drive this energy in order to improve the research outcomes. And instead of looking at the pressure that the industries are putting on individuals as just a way for them to deliver bad research or even false research and publish false results just because they have pressure of the big industry. And another big topic of the debate that is fundamental to keep in mind is that government and institutions like big corporates, they are indeed the same kind of thing. They are like the fictional stories, as Yuval Harari likes to say, that allows us to cooperate in millions. But I think they have different features. And of course, since I have to defend the industry grants as opposed to the other type of grants, I would say that, first of all, even though we might think that the corporates are living on their own and we don't have power over them, I want you to recall when Volkswagen did a big mistake in falsifying the results of a test on their vehicles. They got a big drop in their value. And this is just to say that we have our own say. Whenever something goes wrong, we as the society can go against and basically shut down a corporate if we want, because as I said, these are just fictional stories. We can completely rule them out from the market. And on the other side, I wanted to point out the government might be seen as the good way of doing research and sort of the democratic way of investing research money. But I also think that they are slow. And I wanted to point out that the world we are living in is moving really fast and is sometimes moving too fast. And I brought up two examples here of technologies that developed and the society was unprepared and governments were unprepared to rule them in the right way. Airbnb is one, a big debate about paying taxes versus offering certain type of services, and big hotels and big hotel chains, they complained about Airbnb because the technology was there, people were renting out their apartments, and this was a big impact for the society. And Uber is the same. You probably know that in Italy, Uber is not yet allowed to work and operate just because it's so disruptive. And the technology is there, but sometimes governments are so slow at reacting to these new technologies that it's important in a world that is moving so fast that we also get the contribution of industries, which are instead quite fast at reacting to the changing society. And last but not least, I want to point out that industry is very driven. So it's definitely focused on research that has an application so that can deliver in the short term and with high impact. Well, academia sometimes is a little bit on the other front, investing on things that are extremely difficult to achieve and extremely unlikely, but at the same time, they can have a big reward in the future. So they are sort of, in a sort of sense, complementary, but I really believe that it's fundamental to have also the industry contribution to the research we are doing. And that's the last slide that I have.
Right, thank you, Francesco, for the opening statement. Next, Sabine, would you also like to argue in favor of our statement, the investment and involvement of industry giants in robotics research in academia as positive?
Sure. So for me, it comes down to what has an impact in the real world. As academics, we spend so much time in the laboratory laying the foundations for robotics, inventing the future, with demonstrations that are within the limited capabilities that we have within our laboratory. And this work is important, it's exciting, and much of the technology and the skills used by industry giants actually were born in academic research labs. And so we should be proud of this fundamental work. And sometimes we also get stuck in rabbit holes as researchers, chasing small performance increases on made-up tasks that have little immediate bearing on the real world. And so I think it's helpful for us as researchers to take a step back and ask ourselves how the research we do goes on to have an impact in the real world. Well, either we can translate it through startups, and it's worth noting that many of these industry giants in robotics were startups not that long ago. And so being against them is like saying we're against our own new baby startups succeeding. And so it's worth thinking about these things that come of our lab. We want them ultimately to become some of these tech giants. And the other option is that we translate our research through existing industry. And this could be done through transfer of skills, our PhDs, our postdocs, other faculty within our teams. And surely we want our teams, if it's right for them, to go on and have exciting research jobs in industry. or tech companies can otherwise license our technology or collaborate with us on research projects. And the resources that these companies have means that the ideas that are born in these research labs, these fundamental ideas, can grow, can mature, and can finally become products that have an impact on the real world. So really this involvement from big tech, ideally, gives our ideas wings. And you really just had to look at the exhibit hall this year at ICRA to see these robots becoming a reality. And hopefully when you saw these robots, it reminded of you of when you were in the research lab and some of the research you were doing and how it contributes to some of these future products. So I've been lucky to experience collaboration with industry over the past 3 years. We've been working with Toshiba, which is not one of the tech giants you named before, but it's still a pretty big tech company. And we've been building a swarm testbed for intralogistics. And so in doing that, that's changed the way we do some of the research within my team. We no longer necessarily focus on the lab-based foraging inspired from ants, which was very theoretical. We're now asking how swarms can move food in a food bank or on a shop floor. We're wondering how users can interact with the swarm, how they can trust it, and what performance metrics would convince industry that distributed intelligence can compete in a meaningful way with centralized control. And we're wondering what such swarms would look like if they were deployed in the real world to power, city-scale logistics or city-scale circular economies. And this opens up new fundamental research questions that were simply not there before we engaged with these industrial collaborations. So why the tension? Why are we even asking if the involvement of big tech giants in academic research is a good thing? And I think fundamentally it comes down to competition, right? We compete for talent, they win. We compete for resources, they win. We compete for top research, they win. But what if we flip these arguments? So they need a new pool of talent. We get more funding as academics to train PhD students. And on top of that, these PhD students have a job in industry at the end of the road. So we win too in that context. They have more resources to scale up our research ideas beyond what is possible in the lab. And that then allows us to show that the technology we've developed is useful in the real world. So we get more funding because the area all of a sudden is recognized as useful. So in the end, we win as well on that front. And they put out exciting state-of-the-art research and tools, but we get to use them and the field gains in visibility. We win again. So as a result of this competition, I think academia has the potential to train more talent. Our area is recognized as useful and valuable out in the real world. We get new tools and resources to move our own research further. And what should we do with all these things? Well, we should do what we always do, which is to do something new, something exciting, something that pushes the next frontier, blue sky ideas, and hopefully become the tech giants in the next wave of innovation. So really, this is about the wheel of innovation and how industry does displace ideas from the lab to the real world, but hopefully that makes space for academia to explore new frontiers.
Thank you, Sabine. Next, let's have Annie, who's arguing against our proposition. The investment and involvement of industry giants in robotic research in academia is positive. Take it away, Annie.
Okay, so I'm going to put on my Philadelphian hat, okay? And I'm going to start with the statement that fundamentally there is a mismatch between academia and industry's mission. And this is sort of seen, so we are all here at ICRA in Philadelphia, and RASP Lab is actually housed at the University of Pennsylvania. Penn is the brainchild of Benjamin Franklin's idea 250 years ago, right? The idea is that he wanted to establish a university that would put knowledge to use in service of, quote, mankind, one's country, friends, and family, end quote. This means that as academics, we are morally and ethically, right, sort of tasked to combine education and research to build and apply knowledge to improve lives and transform the world. As academics, we have to pursue transformative research that is high risk because these endeavors may not have an obvious short-term impact, right? But because we believe in the long term that it is going to benefit society as a whole. So this, let me make sure I have it right. And so a great example is the recent mRNA COVID-19 vaccines. In fact, the original technology was developed here at Penn at the School of Medicine, okay? The work was actually done in the 80s and the early 90s. And it is only now, right? So if we think about 2021, 2022, that we've seen large scale usage and deployment to impact society overall, okay? Which means that the ethos of academia is fundamentally in conflict with that of industry, which at the end of the day, right, is driven by profits or the need to generate profits within a short time frame. Now, yes, it is possible, right, to have successful collaborations between academia and industry. In fact, my group, right, has worked successfully with industry before as well as currently, okay? So in the most ideal, let's consider the most ideal case where the academics and the industrial partners missions do align, okay? And in this case, everybody's benefiting. We're doing, we're generating products that are good for society. But then the question arises, right? If this work was work that the industry would already, they would have done themselves, then we have to ask the question, are the academics, and more specifically, are the graduate students, right, somehow sort of coming out of this arrangement, because of fundamentally there's a different compensation structure between academics and industry, okay? So let's not, so that's one aspect. Another aspect is accessibility of this technology that is being produced, right? So as we know, many underrepresented and economically challenged communities often have the hardest time to access sort of cutting edge technology. And so at the end of the day, how do we reconcile this discrepancy? And so I think, so that's, because of these issues, right, I do believe that there is fundamentally this mismatch creates conflict, and in fact, can set up pretty significant conflicts of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. And as last, we will have Ankur Mehta, who's also arguing against our proposition.
Great, thanks, Carol. I'd like to start by commending Francesco for those slides. I think they provided a very, very nice overview of the space, and I like breaking it down by words. But I do notice that you highlighted almost every word in that phrase in the topic that we're addressing, but you missed one, and that word is the final word, positive. What does it mean to be positive? And I'd like to focus on that a little bit. We here are, we're engineers, we may be artists, we're creators, we are all familiar with this concept of trade-offs. And we have, no matter what efforts we try to go through, there'll always be competing metrics. Maybe putting it into the framing of robotics, since that's where we're here, we're gonna have rewards that are associated with costs. And without a doubt, industry involvement and industry participation comes with rewards, but those rewards have associated costs. And we can't begin to assess the question of positive impact without seeing what the impact of those costs may be. And so to assess those costs, let's start by considering the nature of involvement. What is the ways in which industry participates in the academic story? And of course, there's the big one, which is the infusion of resources into our approach. Now, resources can take the form of funding, can take the form of hardware or compute resources or a number of things, but that's not the only involvement. That may be the investment part, but there's more. There's also personnel resources, and industry can provide, of course, the equivalent of program managers, those that supply the funding and evaluate the use of the funding. But industry is also responsible for PIs, for those who dictate the course of research and the direction of research. It's also responsible for the supply of research scientists, those who execute and do the research, and also technicians, those who support the research and provide, the efforts that make this all go to completion. And then once that research has gone to completion, there's another element of industry involvement, and that's in the rewards for the completion of the research. Where if you are perhaps a career academician, if you're somebody who relies on the value of your work, Unfortunately, as it may be, that metric is assigned perhaps by citations. And of course, industry is responsible for a large number of citations, responsible for providing feedback and the reward associated with the research. If you're passing through academia as a stepping stone on your way to other objectives, industry provides jobs. It provides opportunities for after you leave academia. And so ultimately, what we have is that this involvement of industry is an entire stack, whole stack influence before, during, and after the academic process. And what this means is that you now have a small number of agents, a small number of industry giants that are providing an outsized influence over the course of academic process and over the course of research. Now, we have words for this. We have words when there's a small number of entities that are responsible for driving the course of the general zeitgeist. In the case of industry, we may call it, in the case of the partnership with industry and government, we may call it regulatory capture. There's another term that's been sort of in more our awareness recently, this idea of an oligopoly. These are words that in our life have a very negative connotation. They take on this negative tenor, and there's a reason for that. It's because with this kind of power, this outsized influence, the directions start to align. The directions, the interests of academia start to move towards the interests of industry. And again, going back to this idea that there's a lot of positive outcomes, a lot of value that can be generated by this. That's all predicated on the fact that these interests, the academic interests and the industry interests, may align. And maybe we can start with that assumption. I'll take it for granted for now that these interests do align. There's still some issues here, and that is it comes from, as Ani mentioned, the difference in outcomes, the difference in goals. As academics, we should be executing our efforts in the service of humanity, society, the global good. Meanwhile, industry operates in the service of profits. Now, when those both go sort of in the same direction, that's great. We may have things that on surface look to be a worthwhile, a helpful partnership, but there's still consequences to that partnership. For one, there's the choice of what problems are worth looking at, what problems are worth solving. And of course, this is an age-old question when it comes to support, when it comes to the source of research resources. But now, as we mentioned, industry is not just any other source of support and source of resources. They provide, influence throughout the entire process. This is a very, a very large voice that may drown out other opinions when it comes to what is an important or valuable problem to solve. But it gets a little bit more insidious than that. And it's when it comes to not just a choice of problems, but a choice of solutions as well. And these two are tied in a close feedback loop. We can see, industry is well poised to solve a certain collection of problems for which the only solutions require a considerable amount of resources that industry alone has. But it starts from there and it goes further. Where now, when you have all of these resources, and you have a set of tools that apply there, you may go looking for a set of problems that can be addressed by those tools. And as you go looking, you may find them. You may spend some time not only looking and finding, but generating your own problems that are only solvable with the excessive resources that these industry giants may have. And again, what we end up going to is a shift in focus generated by this influence, by the impact of industry participation, a focus away from problems and into solutions. And there's a very clear metric of this, a very clear consequence. I remember ICRA, I believe it was close to 5 years ago, where there was at the banquet, they announced that for the first time in almost the 30-year history of ICRA, the number one keyword in the papers submitted to the conference had shifted away from slam, a problem that needed addressing a solution, to learning, a solution that needed problems. And so what we've seen is that there's a shift in intent and focus already generated by this influence of resources. What happens when we move to this, there's negative outcomes to this direction. On the one hand, this results in bad science. We're scientists. We approach things with the scientific method. where we try to, as academics, we're intending to explore the space of solutions and problems and try to find understanding, try to find meaning across all of these relationships. What we don't try to find is a story. We don't try to make up an excuse for how do we apply a known problem to a known solution, try to justify a single point within this space. Another consequence to this is that, this point in the space that we're looking at is something that requires the resources that these industry giants provide. And what we end up with is a runaway arms race. We have problems that require ever more complicated, ever more costly solutions. We have solutions that generate ever more costly problems. And ultimately, what ends up happening is the participation in the research story becomes narrower and narrower. From having industry as a benefactor, we have industry as a gatekeeper. They alone contain supply the resources that can be used to address the problems that we look at. And this becomes a much broader negative. And I think Sabine was mentioning that this is the industry is useful to take a step back and help us look at impact in the real world. Impact doesn't come just from technological solutions. Impact comes from societal implications. And the implications of erecting new barriers to entry, new more inhibition to participation in the conversation around robotics research is a significant societal ill. Now, speaking of societal ills, I want to wrap this up. I know I've been speaking for quite some time, but I want to go back and revisit that assumption that industry and academic interests may align in pursuit of different goals even. But I would argue that fundamentally they don't align. And this comes from sort of an implementation, the practice of achieving the disparate goals, as Ani mentioned. We have seen sort of in many situations where the pursuit of profits is necessarily generated alongside or is necessarily incompatible with societal benefits, societal goals. And so, we can see this at sort of a broad level where over the past years, especially in the past the 2 years of pandemic, there's been an ever increasing wealth gap, an income inequality, a gap in the quality of life between those that have and those that have not. More specifically tied towards the tech companies the industry giants that we're talking about, there's issues of perhaps the surveillance state, of psychological influence and impact, of labor exploitation, and again, mismatch in the participants in the solutions and the benefactors of the problems. Ultimately, these are all societal challenges and societal problems that are deeply intertwined with these industry giants that we are discussing here in terms of their participation in academia. And what happens when we start including them in this academic story? As we start connecting our reputations as academics as these sources of societal benefit, the goals, the targets that we have being this lofty ambitions of serving friends, family, and nation. We now use our reputation, use our 250 years of generated social goodwill to whitewash the reputations of these industries that have at their core generated a large number of societal ills. And so ultimately, pulling this all together, sure, there are benefits. There are absolutely positive outcomes in terms of performance metrics that come out of partnership with industry. But the costs far outweigh any of these benefits in terms of individual science, in terms of aggregate academics, and in terms of societal outcomes. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ankur. This concludes our opening statements and starts our moderated debate. I will encourage all the viewers to submit your questions on Slido. We'll be looking at those throughout the debate. Yes, so you can join the conversation here. So I would like to start with Francesco, because Ankur referred to his slides directly, asking about one word that wasn't highlighted, which was the word positive. And Ankur talked a little bit about how what are the costs that come with potential benefits of having industry involved in academic research. Francesco, how would you respond to that?
I wanted to make a couple of comments. So the first one is that I think the view that companies are primarily driven by profit, as in profit is bad, and is not something that should be we should aim for. Specifically, we want to approach or invest some money in research, is actually I think leading us in the wrong way. Governments as well, they are entities that look after profit. They need to have profit for having the tools and all the basically the means to help the population and to be able to sustain themselves. And sometimes there are also governments that are very driven by big corporates under the hood. So I think the problem of sort of finger pointing at profit as a bad thing, I think it's not really right posed, because profit is good for the good of the society, and in general, it doesn't mean necessarily that aiming for profit is a bad thing. On the other side, I think another important point is that another point that was resonating a lot on the debate is that we see as big corporates and big industries as the only possibilities to have big money to be invested in research. This is the case perhaps more recently for a number of reasons, but it's not always the case. And there are areas where governments and big institutions are investing a lot of money in order to pursue very important research activities. Of course, nuclear fusion is one where basically no big companies has a big stake, but governments are building big particle accelerators and big plasma fusion centers, just to mention a few of these applications. And if you take the Apollo mission as well, was primarily funded by the US government and led to an enormous impact on the society later on. But still, it was driven by government, which within big funds and big investments. So in a sense, it is true that at this stage, the capitalism has brought and had led big companies to become extremely powerful. They can be as powerful as the United States, but there are a lot of countries as well that have the same power. So perhaps the fact that money are also shared with companies is not a bad thing in a sense, because it allows us to diversify the way we use this money for research into different ways. Of course, governments usually tend to go for applications that will deliver on the long term, and then companies are more on the short term. And the research we are doing for companies is definitely different from the one that we can do when we cooperate with governments. But in the end, the portfolio of alternatives that we have, I think, is quite rich, and this is necessary to have this richness so that we can focus on different things.
Thank you, Francesco. I'm curious, Annie or Anchor, do you have any response to that?
Sure, I can start and then I'll pass it on to Annie for a little bit. I think there's this notion, and I think Francesco, you started out by sort of describing a dichotomy, perhaps profit. This notion that either profit is good or profit is bad. I view profit and sort of the direction or the interest in profit as amoral. It does not have a value judgment. Profit just is. It is a metric. It is a quantity that we can use to measure outcomes. What we have to ask ourselves is the flip side of the question: does good lead to profit? And the answer is certainly yes. Does all good lead to profit? And the answer to that is absolutely no. There are plenty of things that are generally viewed as positive values that don't generate profit. And then the more direct question is: does bad lead to profit? There's things that we sort of can that we can generally agree upon as a negative outcome can still lead to profit. And that's where this idea of profit being amoral, it doesn't distinguish. It doesn't separate between those. And so that's not to say that all profit will generate both good and bad outcomes, but it can. And therefore, the single-minded drive towards profit must be tempered by something that provides a different voice. And I think in the end, Francesco, you wound up with this notion of voice, of sort of a richness in the story, where you have long-term outcomes and you have short-term outcomes. You will have, profit motivated outcomes and non-profit motivated outcomes. Ultimately, so we can all move towards the positive value generation. But for that, we cannot have voices that are considerably larger than other voices. And that's where this comes from. Speaking of power, it's not just a matter like, we have power associated with countries, with force, with might. We also have power associated with money. And now all of a sudden the stories get intertwined. And this profit transiting to power starts building a loop around which, perhaps the richness starts to get diluted.
So I'm just going to add that. So I completely agree with Francesco that profit is not necessarily a bad thing, right? But I think the corporate accountability, is an important factor. So in the sense that, well, who can make a corporation accountable? It could be the shareholders, the owners, maybe the consumers. But keep in mind that who owns stocks these days, right? It's mostly people who are, upper middle class. It's oftentimes the economic disadvantaged who do not have the privilege to be owning stock and benefit in this wealth accumulation. On the other hand, governments, is particularly democratically elected governments, right, that fund research. That research is taxpayers' money. It's funded through, everyone's, all the citizens' taxes. And the citizens do have a say in how governments choose to allocate and invest that money through their vote. So at the end of the day, the way governments and corporations, and obviously democratically elected governments and corporations are held accountable, is fundamentally different. And therefore, this can, in fact, result, right, in potentially negative outcomes.
Yeah, thank you, Annie. I'm curious, Sabine, you mentioned some examples of how industry and academia can work together, and how industry can even inspire some problems in academia. But then on the other hand, we've heard Annie and Ankur. Annie mentioned that there's a fundamental mismatch in goals between academia and industry. And both Annie and Ankur mentioned that the amount of control that is in hands of a relatively small group is also a negative outcome there in industry. I'm curious, how would you respond to that?
If researchers see themselves as the protectors of social good, which they should, then they need that social good to be actionable. And if they're just doing that on their own, no one will know about it. And the products that roll out of industry will continue to be the products that roll out of industry. Those are the ones that the public interface with, and those are the ones that are going to determine what social good is done by these technologies. I think the notion that industry influences us, and as a result, we get bad science, might happen, and that's something to be mindful of. But I actually think I have power in these collaborations as well, and to a certain extent, I have that power to influence industry. And so we are a small pool of experts in some of these disciplines, which is why industry needs our resources, our intellectual resources, and what we have to bring to the table influences the way they do their industry work. And so just as an example of that, in those examples that I gave with our collaboration on swarming, I have to fight back a little bit to say why swarming is useful, how it should be designed so that it's carefully deployed, how you do that in a responsible way. And that then trickles up, I hope, to a level that might take that into account. So it might be naive, but I do think that we need to take it from a position of power and come into these collaborations with big tech with the idea that we're going to change things. And actually, a lot of the highlighting of bad practice sometimes from these big tech companies has also come with an awareness that things should be done better. And that's something that these big tech companies need to take on board. So I would sort of flip it and say we need to realize what power we do have as academics in these collaborations, and do it so that social good is not just done because we're academics in a corner somewhere doing our own research, but it's done in a way that it gets embedded in the products that get deployed.
Thank you. Yeah, so it sounds like this collaboration gives us a channel for academics. It gives a channel to actually drive impact in the real world and influence these companies. How would you respond to that, Annie?
So I actually, agree with Sabine, right? Fundamentally, our core mission as academics is one of education, and we are providing industry, right, with, their talent. And so as academics, it becomes important for us to teach the person as a whole and not just focus on the technical skills. And this is why things like ethics and including ethics in the curriculum as it becomes even more important, especially in this day and age. So I absolutely agree that there is a space, right? And despite this mismatches, there are successful collaborations. But I think this is a unique opportunity for us academics to be able to change the culture of industry in some ways, because we are the ones who have direct impact on the students, and these students are the ones that eventually go into industry.
Thank you. And Francesco, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I wanted to follow on the point raised by Annie on looking at democracies as a better way to have our own say in order to decide where our money or our power is eventually, how it is used and how it is distributed across the population. I think it's not necessarily true in general that the outcome of democracy and the outcome of government is in general better than companies. There are, especially recently, we have seen how the organizing millions of people is difficult. That can lead to very bad consequences for us and for the society. Because the democracy is not working, because certain governments, they are not, even though theoretically they are following certain types of structures, eventually they can lead and go in different directions. And this has been all around the globe. It's not given that that's the best way of working. And the fact that some big corporates have a lot of power, which is comparable to the one of big countries, I think this doesn't imply that they are organized in a bad way and they don't have to respond to the society themselves. The example that I raised before was the one of Volkswagen. So Volkswagen did a mistake, and the society decided to basically remove a little bit of the power that they gained with time. And eventually they got back to where they are just because the society forgot about what they did. So I think we have a power. It's extremely difficult to use it, but it is also extremely difficult to use our power and our ideas within democracy. We might have good ideas, but still some bad governors are entitled to rule a country and do very bad things, like those that exactly we didn't want in the first place when we voted them. So I'm not sure that the point of saying, oh, democracy is the best way we have to have a say on what we do is the only way. I think now, especially in these times, democracy has been challenged a lot, and even the way governments are organized has been challenged a lot. So I'm not sure. I wouldn't say that following again from my point of view before, that governments are good or democracy is good and corporates and capitalism is bad. They are part of what we are, and they are the reason why we arrived where we arrived. So we better not point the fingers and just say bad, evil, and good in a very clear, with no shades of gray.
Ankur, this is, I think, in direct response to what you said before. I'm curious, how would you respond?
Okay. Right. Yeah. I think there are a few points that I wanted to make response to all this. First of all, there's certainly much more discussion I can have on the efficacy of democratic governments and our particular implementation of the democratic government. So, I think that's a much longer discussion for some other day. But I do want to talk about this notion of power and of perhaps our individual power in effecting change. I like how I put it that in terms of the change that we need to make to sort of start including ethics into the conversation and making sure that we have an understanding of this. I think, Sabine, everything that you had just said, I could not agree more. They're just making impact, making change, and doing things for societal good, locked away in an ivory tower is no more useful than just than reading about it. In order to make an actual impact, you need to have the implementation. You need to have perhaps the influence that industry could bring. But I think going back to actually Sabine's opening statement, where we're thinking about this in terms of winning and losing, and I think that was sort of a very clear illustration of how how this power is not actually there. It's an illusion, perhaps as as another one of the fictional stories that Francesco brought up, where we can certainly see that, or we can claim that individuals may have an influence over industry giants and over the direction that corporate outcomes may take. But in the past the past couple months, in the past couple of years, we've definitely seen what may happen when an individual strays a little bit too far away from the core company line. And then we get to see who has the real power in this relationship. This idea of we can view our particular interactions as a win-win on both sides. The views that were presented, this idea that, well, they're winning in terms of research resources, they're winning in terms of the benefit of the outcomes, but we could view it a different way. That, in my mind, struck a very similar analogy to Shamu the killer whale at SeaWorld, where certainly if the SeaWorld organizers say do a backflip and Shamu does a backflip, well, Shamu will get some head pats and a few fish. That's a win, isn't it? Except it isn't. And that's where we are operating right now. We certainly could have more power. We can certainly starve out industry when they don't do things in what aligns with ethical code. But we haven't done that because we view it as we should accept their scraps. We should say that it's good enough that they give us the moderate amount of funding that we get, and then they take the profits from those results, and again carve up a little bit so that we can continue our meager existence, and we should be thankful for it and call it a win. I think that is the thing that needs to change. We do have the power. We have the influence over the incoming stream of engineers. We have the sort of the social influence, the social capital to say that as academics we have a little bit of a stronger voice, and we should use that, and we should make sure that we don't continue the involvement of industry the way it has been, where we're content with trying to pretend that we're getting a win when we're actually not.
Thank you, Ankur. Sabine, you mentioned before that you do feel like you do have power in some of these relationships with the companies. Ankur seems to believe that there is more power to be had, and maybe you don't have as much power as it might appear. I'm curious, what do you think about that?
There's a before and after. So those wins, I think, are real wins. They're not just scraps. I think we were going from a position of not having necessarily those resources of funding to train new PhD students, of having the resources just in terms of equipment, in terms of software, and in terms of the impact that we can have at the end of the day. So those for me are real wins compared to what I might not have had without these industrial collaborations. So I think the wins are real. Where's my power? I can also just not pursue this, right? I could also just go back and focus on my academic, pure academic work and fundamental work, which I do on other projects, and that would be absolutely fine. I don't entirely depend on this relationship to be able to progress what I want to progress. So to a certain extent, my power lies in that freedom, and the freedom that we still have as academics to choose what we want to engage with. And I think it's a good point that we need to figure out how to get more from these partnerships. And maybe that's something that we could have as a consensus going forward, is there's a way to do this right if we manage to get more from the relationship and it's done in a respectful way. But it's part of a process. You don't go there from zero to everything in one shot. And we need to learn what works as a collaboration.
Great, thank you, Sabine. We have a few questions from the audience. I thought that one in particular is quite interesting, and I would like to ask Annie this question. It's an anonymous question that says, what's a better barometer for research progress, stock prices or citations? I think we mentioned stock prices.
Either one of them are good barometers for research progress. I think this is a very hard question. I think the academic community is also grappling with this right now. I think, this is the part where it takes time and effort from everyone's part to do good scholarship. That means that, peer review process has to be done properly. Reviewers have to do their part, not just the researchers. And the associate editors and the editors have to do their part. And it's a community effort. I think that right now, this current publish or perish culture is really putting right, this peer-reviewed system really to the test. And I think I think everybody at this point is suffering from information overload, and trying to be able to do our due diligence when we're looking at a new problem, when we're trying to get into a new space and do a thorough literature review is becoming harder and harder. And I think these are open challenges right now for us and for academics in general, because this is important, because this is also part of the training good scientists and good engineers and good researchers in, teaching them how to think critically and how to execute, doing the kinds of things, doing the right set of studies and the right kind of analysis. I think this is a this is a completely open question. Anybody has some good ideas, I'm open to listening.
I actually, before we go to the closing remarks, I would like to ask one more question from the audience. That is the most popular question. And I would like to ask Francesco that question. And this is more about robotics research. So does pressure from industry to focus on short-term gains in robotics research specifically hinder creativity? This is also something that ICRA mentioned in the past with the example of SLAM versus learning, and how the robotics research agenda has shifted towards learning because of that pressure from industry. I'm curious if you agree with the sentiment of that question, that it hinders creativity, Francesco.
I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer this question. I actually moved at DeepMind just because I thought that learning is the perfect fit for robotics. So I think this is one of these situations where it's a win-win strategy. I think a lot of the bottlenecks in my previous research investments were suffering of problems that I think can really be solved with machine learning, and specifically with more recent results on big models. So I really think that it's a risk that a specific technology is sort of the hammer, and people go around searching for the nail to use with that particular hammer. But in this case, it's one of these situations where the hammer is so powerful and horizontal that I really think it's a good investment for a lot of different science disciplines. And actually at DeepMind, we are doing a lot of this. We are trying to see what benefits we can bring to the society on different science disciplines just by using a machine learning as a main ingredient. And I think robotics is one of these that will benefit. And I really believe it will do a step change as soon as we find the key to enable a good use of machine learning in the scope of robotics.
Great, thank you. I'm being told that we are a little bit short on time, so we'll start the closing remarks now. I'd like to start with Sabine. Please, you have 2.5 minutes, I think. Please go ahead with your closing remarks.
I think this was a helpful conversation. I think we're not miles apart, actually, between the for and the against positions. If done right, it always comes down to this. If done right, if done responsibly, if we train people to be ethical and to think of the social good, then we have the potential to engage in these collaborations with industry, to influence what they're doing, to make sure that our ideas, our fundamental research ultimately have the impact that we want, and that nurture these products that come out into the real world, so that the society that we aim to cater for actually sees the results of our research. So there's tensions on how to do that. But if we could do it right, I think that we'll be able to address some of the comments from both sides. And those incentives might sound like they're not aligned right now, in terms of profit versus being able to pursue sort of the greater good. But fundamentally, these profits, we live in a society that does care and does criticize companies that don't follow the societal good. And so that's something that we're able to, as these companies do get punished further down the line if they're not able to live up to the expectation that we're putting onto them. So I'm hopeful, basically, that we can continue these industrial collaborations. I'm hopeful that it'll make our research better, that it'll make our research impactful. And I think it'll give us more space, actually, to do some of the fundamental research that we really want to be doing, because we have more resources and talent injected in the system.
Thank you. Let's hear from the other side. Anchor, please go ahead with your closing remarks.
Great, thank you. I also want to echo what's being mentioned, that we're not miles apart. I think we all have very like-minded approaches to this problem. We all want to do good. We all want to do the best that we can for research, for academia, for society, for all of the outcomes that we're looking to achieve. And I think we're all fairly well in agreement as well as the potential, the benefits, or at least the potential benefits that partnerships with industry could provide in this endeavor. And I think, I couldn't put it better than what's being said. We need to make sure that this is done right. If it's done right, there's great benefit, there's great potential for positive outcome from this. But the key is that we cannot ignore the costs. And there are a number of very real costs that are coming out of the current process of interaction with industry. And we have the power, as long as we focus on driving, on taking that power and using it to steer this interaction in a way that focuses on the benefits and addresses and minimizes those costs. There's one, I want to use this opportunity to bring up the one cost that we didn't really touch on much in the discussion, this idea of participation. And this is where I think the notion of resources and profits all feed into the barriers to entry, barriers to accessibility. How do we broaden the conversation? How do we get more people involved in this discussion, involved in robotics education, involved in robotics research? How do we reach more of the population so that when we look at the costs, we have a more global view of the costs? When we look at the potential benefits, we can actually view the benefits to society as a whole. And I think that's a conversation that can only happen starting with academics in sort of divorced from the grubby, dirty money world of industry giants, corporate influence, and so on.
Thank you, Ankur. Francesco, would you like to present your closing remarks?
I think I really like what we discussed about the power that we have, the power that we have as researchers. I don't think it's really important whether we are working with an industry, whether we are working in a corporate, whether we are working with a government. It doesn't really matter. We as researchers in robotics, we do have a power, but individually we don't have much power. We need to have agreements on how to use that power to make big changes. If we want to really change global warming, we really need to coordinate billions of people in order to do step changes, in order to avoid what is unavoidable at the moment. And I think the same holds true for the kind of research we are doing. No matter who is funding us, we are the gatekeeper of research because we are the researchers in robotics. And I think it's fundamental to increase and raise the bar of global awareness of the ethical use of what we are doing. If we don't do that, we will regret not doing that before once things will change in a way that we can't change them back. So I think that's really important for us to create more discussion, have more debates. Eventually, we are the one leading the research. So we always have the power to say, no, I don't want to do this research. But the only way to have really exploit the power and use the power behind our no, we need to be all of us united in saying no of using certain technologies for certain reasons. I think that's really important. No matter where the funds will come from, they always come from us as a society working together to research something new.
Thank you, Francesco. And Annie, would you like to present your closing remarks?
So thank you, first of all, to the organizers and to our moderator and to my fellow debaters for this unique and wonderful opportunity for us to come together and discuss this very important topic together. Even though, so I think I completely agree with my fellow debaters that even though there is this fundamental mismatch in terms of the horizon between our views of the length and the time it takes to do research and the impact between sort of academia and industry, I think at the end of the day, right, they are very complementary and there's a space for all of us. As academics, especially those of you in the audience who are interested in going down this route, I encourage you to think long term, to have a big vision. You may not be able to get it done right away, but that's really the joy of and the benefit of being in this academic setting is you will have the time, right, to get there. Those of you who are in industry, thank you for the work that you're doing. And at the end of the day, regardless of whether we're in academia or in industry, I think as engineers, our job is to think big and to think broad and to sort of, be ambitious in regards to the good that we can come, bring to society. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. That's a wonderful closing remark, wonderful message. All right, let's take a look at our polls. Can we see them on a slide? We will have the polls before the debate and after the debate. All right, so just to repeat, our statement was the investment and involvement of industry giants in robotics research in academia is positive. I see post-debate polls are now open, so please cast your votes. I think we saw the results for a second, but you have a chance now to change these results. So please cast your votes right now. All right, and as we are waiting for the votes to come in and to see the results, we'll reveal them in a second. Let's start our debrief. So I'm actually curious about some of you have been arguing for, some of you have been arguing against. There's been quite a lot of voices saying that these two are actually complementary and we should work together on making sure that we do have enough power as researchers, whether we influence research through academic route or through industry. But I'm curious, what is your opinion? Were you just arguing just for the sake of arguing because that was the position that you were given? But are you actually in favor or against the proposition we had? Whoever wants to take it first, please go ahead.
All right, I can go. I think I'll bring back to the very beginning of this debate when Francesco, you went through and highlighted every word. I didn't want to bring this up too much in the interest of not getting too lawyerly to Bill Clinton about this, but there was another word you didn't highlight, which is the word is. And my fundamental personal belief is currently that is the current level of interaction and investment of industry giants in research is if the question is this participation is positive? My answer would be no. Everything I've been arguing is that the current state of being is not positive. But if we change that to say the industry participation engagement can be positive, well, with that I'd probably have to give a resounding maybe. And for that I think I would defer to Ani's call to action. There's enough potential out there that if we put our minds to it, we put as everyone in the audience, everyone who's here works towards making this the positive benefit, positive outcomes that we could foresee, then there's a lot of benefit to be had. So we put in that effort, and I think that's the direction that we should be always have in our minds as we approach this question.
Well, I would just say full disclosure, I generally try to avoid industrial sponsored research, not because of any philosophical issue, but mostly just because I don't really want to have to deal with any kind of any additional grant reporting responsibilities that are given to me. So, that's really, I will take the funding with the least amount of administrative work. How's that?
It's a very non-controversial statement, I think. Sabine.
I think my position was broadly truthful, but maybe not as blanket as I made it sound like. So for me, it doesn't matter if it's industry or government, or I'm interested in specific problems that I'd like to solve that would have impact. And so it's not so much about whether it's industry or not, it's whether it's the right problem to be focusing on. So for a given big tech company, I might be very much against working with them for whatever historical reason or for the given application discussed, but I might be very happy to work for that some company if it's solving something that will do good. So it's not about industry, it's about what we're trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Francesco, what do you think?
I think in general, what I know, and that's why I had the Theranos picture in my presentation, is that things can really go wrong, especially when there is pressure on researchers to deliver. So I think that industry and the way the industrial business is organized can have a bad influence on the research outcomes of what we are doing. At the same time, I think I'm privileged to work in a sort of idealistic situation where I feel like my research is even better guided by the ecosystem I live in currently, and I think I can include Google and DeepMind in this whole ecosystem, just because I really have the feeling that I don't have the pressure that in other contexts I might have, and at the same time I am relatively I'm actually quite surprised by the amount of freedom that I have as a researcher while working within the alphabet ecosystem. But I know very well that this can go wrong, and news articles are full of controversial situations where things weren't that clean, and that research outcomes were heavily biased by the collaboration and the influence that the industry had in that particular research project. So I think we should really try to help by having additional rules and be sure that the research is fair, that the outcomes can be published when they are achieved, and that they are for the good of the society, and they're ethical also in the way they are delivered to the society.
Thank you,
I'm just
Francesco.
going to throw in one more thing here, since I think we're all, given the fact that we're all, the debaters here are all academics, right? I think at the end of the day, it's really about what is the good thing for the students, right? As mentors, where it's, it's about that opportunity. And so I think it's when you know that there's an opportunity there that it's a unique opportunity for the student, oftentimes, that is what's going to drive us to be able to say yes or no to certain things.
Thank you, Annie. And thank you to all of you, to all of the debaters. I thought these were wonderful arguments. We went quite in depth in some of them. We talked a lot about how these two avenues can be complementary, how the goals might be misaligned, how we can change things moving forward, how we can have more power as researchers. I think with all of this, we are actually ready with our poll results. Could we pull up our poll results right now? All right, here we go. So again, our statement was the investment and involvement of industry giants in robotics research in academia is positive. Before the debate, 65% of the voters said that they agree with that sentence. 21% were undecided and 14% disagreed. After the debate, 54% agreed with the statement. That's a change of 11% less voters. 38% disagree, 24% compared to before the debate, and 8% stayed undecided. I think this just shows that these debates are important, and we can change outcome of how people think about some of these propositions. And it was really wonderful to moderate this and have a chance to talk with you all and hear your thoughts about this really important topic.
All right, thank you to Carol and the debaters for the spirited discussion. I completely agree. Forums like these are crucial to explore questions surrounding research in robotics and to inspire the future of the field. And we appreciate your work in guiding us through the nuances on this topic. And with that, we are done with the robotics debates for 2022. If you enjoyed and value these debates, and if you want to contribute next year, you can volunteer to be part of next year's organizing committee by sending us an email to roboticsdebates@gmail.com. Before we leave, I want to speak on behalf of the organizing committee and express our sincere gratitude to all of the debaters and moderators for their time and especially their moxie and commitment to exploring all sides of these important topics in our field. The ability to dig deep into these hard questions while keeping the conversation fun has made these debates a joy to experience. I also want to thank the whole team of organizers who have come together from around the world in several different time zones to brainstorm and debate the topics for this year and to set up our amazing lineup of speakers. I especially want to thank Professor Karthik Dangtut, who took the lead once I left for maternity leave, and our tech team led by Sadhu Suresh. And last but not least, we want to thank the audience. The success of these debates hinges on your participation through the polls, the questions, and the voting. And I always really enjoy watching all the voting within the questions themselves. Once again, if you love this year's debates, or if you didn't and want to see something change, or if you just want to make sure we get to enjoy more of them, then please get in touch with us and consider joining the organizing committee. With that, thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
We miss you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Very
Sophie.
fun. Thanks a
She's
lot.
expecting the next one.
Amazing job.
Thank you. Yeah, I would have
And
loved to come in
Sylvia had a
person,
baby
but
a couple of months ago, so.
yeah,
She
great.
amazing
Oh, that was really fun, everyone. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
She can. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we like to go.
Like some of it is still
You guys turned it off. Like,
No, I did. It just turns it out, after a while, there's sleep, and then after a while, you shut it down.
Oh, I see.
So I just never bothered. But it's nice to
Right. Same for this.
Here, I don't have that.
Okay. Oh, wow.
I mean, so that note was pretty.
You go.
Yes, yes, sir.
What I do in photographs anyway.
What's the point? Ah, you want to.
Oh, I see. Right. I actually lost my, I had a, let's get that. You want to switch it? It's like, like, it's just long action. Like, I imagine that would fall.
See you around? Maybe
Mine is so cool.
I mean, this is the only thing that's really fun.
Okay, I'm actually combining both.
Oh, great. Okay. Well,
Yeah. Does yours have, like, so this one's like, there's something about this, everything is magnetic, right? It's, it's everywhere. Okay. Right, yeah. And that's what it's about. Lots of stuff. But yeah, it just sticks to it.
hello, we can see you.
The thing I like about this one is that all the time. Like
I've been advised to come back. I'm not sure if we're doing the teacher or not.
Thanks so much. Thanks for organizing.
Yeah, that was so much fun. Yeah.
Yeah.